Yu Ziao transmigrates into a fantasy world and becomes a minor figure of the righteous faction, the Taijuan Holy Land. He possesses heaven-defying comprehension, yet is born with an ordinary mortal body. At this moment, a system is activated. As long as he creates cultivation techniques and spreads them to others, he can obtain rewards and defy fate itself. A mortal body worse than a dog? Then I'll use this mortal body to slaughter gods and prove the Tao. However, as more techniques are created, the entire Holy Land starts to feel less and less righteous. You created the Sunflower Manual and taught it to your disciples. 10,000 disciples castrated themselves, their cultivation skyrocketed. Reward, Bull Demon Kidney. You created 3 heads and 6 arms and taught it to your disciples. 100,000 disciples installed tiger heads, wolf heads, and for killing arms. Divine powers perfected. Reward, True Dragon Heart. You created the Taiyin Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and taught it to the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun turned into a woman. Combat power greatly increased. Reward, Tao Fusion Flower. You created 1 Che transforms into 3 pure ones and taught it to a great emperor. The emperor mentally tortured himself every day, eventually splitting into 3 people to research. Separately, the mortal arts perfected. Ding! The number of cultivators has reached 10 million. Reward, Supreme Immortal Weapon, Chaos Immortal Bell. Several years later, the demonic factions launch a siege against the Righteous Alliance. Not a single normal person among them, and you're telling me these are the righteous ones, facing tens of millions of insane, grotesque disciples. The demonic cultivators completely collapse, kneel to the ground, and beg for mercy. Immortal Emperor Yi, please stop creating cultivation techniques. The Kangyuan Realm, Taijuan Holy Land. In a unique courtyard, 8-year-old Yi Xiao lay swaying on a swing, rocking back and forth. In front of him was a group of Taijuan disciples, each emitting a radiant light, their cultivation levels not inferior. At this moment, these disciples all wore serious expressions, bowing and serving Yi Xiao. Little master, aren't you going to talk about cultivation techniques today? A poor little lowly asked. Yi Xiao glared at her. She was less than 1.5 meters tall, looking like a high school student, and indeed, she was. No, I won't. Look at how suddenly your cultivation has increased. I'm even struggling to cultivate myself, so what's the point of talking? Yi Xiao said lazily. Having transmigrated 8 years ago, his comprehension had become more and more extraordinary each year, and his background was also incredibly strong. His father was the #1 invincible king of the righteous path, and his 7 grandfathers were the most powerful Taijuan ancestors. I am Old Man Yi, the only son of a noble family, showered with countless favors. Yet, I am a mere mortal. Unable to cultivate the Tao, I can live for over 100 years, a mere trifle for those saints. For these 2 years, I haven't given up, feeling I can help. I've seen countless divine techniques and cultivation methods. My aptitude is truly extraordinary. I grasp them instantly, but then I'm useless. Without any techniques, a mere mortal can only cultivate a hammer to accommodate public opinion and find a solution. I don't bother lecturing on Tao embryo techniques and divine abilities. My high aptitude is well known. Many disciples have benefited greatly, their cultivation of divine abilities skyrocketing. It's a matter of saying, you all suddenly improve, while I haven't grasped anything. What's the point of lecturing? What's wrong with being a mortal? Your aptitude is heaven-defying. You've made a great contribution to the Taijuan. The little lowly snorted. That's right, that's right. A group of Taijuan disciples hurriedly nodded, staring blankly. In terms of cultivation techniques and divine abilities, even a saint would find it difficult to compare with Yi Xiao and the entire Taijuan Holy Land. There's no way around it. His comprehension is abnormal. Huh? Yi Xiao turned away from the little lowly, not wanting to respond. Ding! 8 years of ringing the bell. The deadline has arrived. The heaven-defying comprehension system is locked. Please quickly ring the 9th bell of the Great Tao. Complete the Great Tao baptism. Activate the system. Damn system, it's finally here. Yi Xiao was almost in tears of joy. 8 years. Do you know how I lived for 8 years? Seeing the host's overflowing resentment, the heaven-defying comprehension system automatically modifies itself into the heaven-defying comprehension rebellious system. What does that mean? Yeshaya was completely bewildered. This system can create demonic techniques, teach disciples, and earn rewards. The rewards are calculated based on the number of demonic techniques created. Yeshaya's face darkened. I'm a righteous sect member, and you want me to create demonic techniques? You're truly rebellious. But he couldn't care less about that. Young master, it's time to ring the bell again this year. I wonder if you can ring the 9th bell. A white-haired old man walked over and said with a chuckle, if you ring the 9th bell, your comprehension is enough to rival, or even surpass, the ancient great emperors. The Great Tao Bell is our sacred artifact, representing comprehension. It's rung once a year. The young master rings it twice at the age of 8, increasing annually. Now he's 8 years old. If he can really ring the 9th bell, that would be truly extraordinary. No one in ancient or modern times has ever achieved that. Our saint son only rings it 6 times, and the ancestors only ring it 6 times. 8 rings should be the young master's limit. Seeing this, the other disciples bowed in reverence, also filled with anticipation. The young master's comprehension is too unbelievable. Even stranger is that such a terrifyingly gifted person is immortal. Physics are divided into spirit bodies, king bodies, Tao bodies, and divine bodies. Mortal bodies are not included, separated from the countless ordinary people by the heaven and earth's primordial energy, unable to cultivate. To this day, no one has broken this rule. If it were a Tao body, no, even if it were a spirit body, the young master could still soar to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies. The white-haired old man squeezed his wrist and sighed. His name was Baijuan, a scripture-teaching elder of the Taijuan Holy Land, and a death-slaying king. He was also Yeshaya's personal assistant, practically a wet nurse. He was the only one in the entire Taijuan Holy Land to receive such treatment. Let's go! Yeshaya initially didn't want to go, but the system's arrival made things different. Yeshaya took a step and headed towards a mountain. In an instant, he reached the summit. A bronze bell, like a small mountain, stood majestically, radiating divinity. The disciples and elder Bai followed, all curious. The great Tao bell had rung 9 times. No one had ever rung it before. I must ring the 9th bell to activate the system. Dong! A punch struck the bell above. The sound waves swirled around, echoing through the mountains. Dong! 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 Yeshaya struck the bell 6 times, the sound growing louder and louder, until it echoed throughout the entire Taijuan Holy Land. The Great Tao Bell has rung 6 times. Has another Saint Sun level expert appeared in our Taijuan Holy Land? The entire Holy Land was in an uproar, their tongues clicking in amazement. They were even more excited. For countless years, the demonic cultivation techniques and divine abilities had never ceased to flourish. Many prodigies had joined the demonic path. Conversely, the righteous path, with its broken cultivation techniques and divine abilities, was extremely scarce, and prodigies were becoming increasingly difficult to find. 6 rings of such a supreme prodigy could be said to be extremely rare. Some young powerhouses even emerged from their seclusion, their expressions shaken, gazing towards the direction of the Great Tao Bell. Dong! Another bell rang, and some elders of the Holy Land also awoke. Dong! The bell rang again, the 8th time. 8 rings, peak comprehension. How is this possible? Is this the group? So that's it. In the 8th year, he's preparing to ring the 9th. Can he succeed? Everyone in the Holy Land reacted, their spirits greatly boosted, and many rushed towards the Great Tao Mountain. A year ago, the group rang the 8th bell, and now it must be the 9th. The 9th ring represents mythology. Since the appearance of the Great Tao Bell, no one has rung it in 100,000 years. Who? Yeshaya took a deep breath, his small body standing in front of the bronze bell, forming a stark contrast. Dong! Under countless anxious and scrutinizing gazes, Yeshaya punched the bronze bell. The force wasn't great, but it shook the heavens and earth, shaking the universe. Dong! The 9th bell's sound transformed into a wave of sound, penetrating Yeshaya's small body. A hazy, ethereal mist surrounded him, making him appear like a miniature immortal. His body was like jade, like an embodiment of the Great Tao. In the air, countless divine lotuses bloomed, their nine-colored radiance illuminating the entire sacred land. Heaven and earth seemed to stand still. Everyone in the Taijuan sacred land was drawn into a mysterious atmosphere. The baptism of the great Tao. Enlightenment. Everyone was affected, falling into a legendary state of enlightenment. In an instant, the supreme saints of the Taijuan sacred land awakened, gaining a deeper understanding of the great Tao. Upon awakening, their expressions were filled with awe. It's that mortal from the Taijuan Holy Land. Last year he was the 8th to ring the bell. This year he should be the 9th. I didn't expect him to actually do it. His comprehension is too extraordinary. Fortunately, he's a mortal and can't cultivate, otherwise, our demonic Tao would have an unparalleled rival. This bell sound echoed even beyond the Holy Land, across tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The major demonic Tao sects were all startled and looked towards the Taijuan Holy Land. His comprehension is extraordinary, almost like the Tao. The 7th ancestor of Taijuan, wearing a yin-yang fish robe, his eyes like a starry river, appeared beside the bronze bell. He looked at his grandson, unable to contain his excitement. After a long while, it turned into a deep sigh. The 9th to ring, creating a miracle of ancient and modern times. Heaven is unfair. The young ancestor's comprehension is extraordinary. Why is he immortal? Countless disciples and elders looked at the small figure beside the bronze bell, utterly shaken. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. His innate talent is almost like the Tao, possessing an incredibly powerful comprehension ability for divine techniques, the greatest of all time. Yet, he is a mere mortal. This is truly a curse. It fills everyone with sorrow. And Yi Xiaoyao is also excited. Ding, the 9th bell rings, successfully receiving the Great Tao baptism. The innate talent and bone reversing system activated. System's sole function, building upon the host's innate talent, slightly extended to create demonic techniques. The stronger the observation, the deeper the understanding, the stronger the related demonic techniques created. Demonic techniques can be cultivated by oneself or taught to others. The higher the level of the demonic technique, the more practitioners, and the richer the feedback. This includes related demonic technique experiences, such as medicinal herbs, weapons, physique, ultimate realms, forbidden domains, etc. When teaching others demonic techniques, the host has control over those techniques. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widened. In other words, creating a cultivation technique if he were the physical body, others cultivating it would be the physical body, thus giving him control. But if the whole world cultivated it, that would be to defying of heaven. However, the risks were also great. If it were known, he would definitely be relentlessly hunted down. Ding, you have observed the Emperor's Great Tao Bell 9 times, comprehended the Great Tao rules within it, and created the Great Emperor's scripture, Chaos Immortal Demon Technique. Chaos Immortal Demon Technique, custom-made specifically for the host, devours the fundamental essence of all kinds of physics in the world, evolves chaos, and cultivates the strongest Chaos Immortal Demon body. Great Emperor's Scripture? Yi Xiaoyao gasped, his eyelids twitching. In this era, righteous cultivation techniques and divine abilities were broken, and there weren't many saintly techniques, let alone Great Emperor's Scriptures. Only the demonic path flourished, relying on the dark forbidden zone, and remained unbroken. Clang, you lamented the breakdown of the righteous path's divine techniques, understood the greater good, and created the Zhuan-level demonic technique, Linky Saber Technique. Linky Saber Technique. Among Zhuan-level saber techniques, it has the lowest cultivation difficulty, but is the strongest. By stabbing yourself with the heavenly saber, you can achieve mastery of the technique. You scoundrel, you truly are a born traitor. Yi Xiaoyao was stunned. Demonic techniques all involve sacrificing others to heaven. This thing sacrifices itself to heaven. He raised his small face, his expression unchanged, looking at his disciples who were watching behind him. He could never cultivate this devilish saber technique. Divine abilities and cultivation realms are interconnected, divided into awakening, true profound, true core, spirit realm, heavenly human, Tao integration, Tao severing, and saint realm. The Taijuan Holy Land, though a holy land, doesn't have many profound level cultivation techniques due to the fragmentation of divine abilities cultivation methods, let alone those that allow for rapid progress. He believes these lovely disciples will happily endure the cultivation. He just needs to lie back, reap the rewards, and wait for the feedback. The seventh ancestor stroked Yi Xiaoyao's little head, reassuring him. The more extraordinary his talent, the more he felt pity for him. Countless disciples who had come forward saw this and fell silent, looking at Yi Xiaoyao with heartache. So young, yet so hopeless on the great Tao. Seventh grandfather, what does it matter if I'm immortal? I can still cultivate. I want to participate in the blood cave in half a month. Yi Xiaoyao's childish voice revealed determination. Although he had obtained the Chaos Immortal Demon technique and could cultivate, he was restricted to a mortal body. And the amount of true Qi and true essence he cultivated was probably abnormally small. He could only devour the essence of all kinds of physics in the world. And the blood cave was a great blood refining formation cultivated by various forces. It was rumored to be the cultivation blessed land of an ancient great demonic sect. Within it were the essence of creation, the blood of the primordial era, the offspring of countless races, and even the cultivation techniques and scriptures of those great sects. Those who could survive and emerge from it were basically all max-level human offspring with limitless potential. His goal was those max-level human offspring, and also the land of creation, the cultivation techniques and scriptures. Although the demonic cultivation techniques couldn't be cultivated, he could use them to create righteous cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Of course, before that, he would first teach the newly created sword techniques and reap the rewards. Good. When you embark on the path of cultivation, I'll let you go, the seventh ancestor said with a hearty laugh. In his heart, he didn't care that mortals couldn't cultivate. He didn't want his precious grandson to go to his death. The elders and disciples couldn't help but laugh, thinking he was just a childish boy. In an instant, the crowd dispersed. The seventh ancestor once again went into seclusion. Yi Xiaoyao returned to his quiet little pavilion, his short legs curled up as he sat on a cushion. Elder Bai, I want to cultivate, please don't disturb me. Yi Xiaoyao's small face was solemn. Because of his young age and being immortal, his daily life and protection were all the responsibility of Elder Bai Zhuang. Elder Bai Zhuang was a Dao-slaying king. He was the only one in the entire Holy Land who received such treatment. All right, Elder Bai didn't find it strange and left the little pavilion. He had watched Yi Xiaoyao grow up, and in his cultivation, he had tried countless times, but never succeeded. Blood Cave. This time those demonic cultivators have been plotting for a long time, and the righteous sects will also suffer many casualties. Elder Bai looked up at the sky. In this great struggle for power, the competition is brutal, and even children need to be tempered by blood and fire to rise strongly. Because righteous sects have scarce cultivation techniques and divine abilities, fewer and fewer prodigies are joining, and they are constantly being suppressed by the demonic sects every year. It's an endless cycle. Meanwhile, in the room, Yi Xiaoyao was comprehending the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, performing a great cycle of energy circulation. He had awakened to the 9th stage. This meant absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, tempering his physique, becoming incredibly strong, and his speed and reaction ability would reach unimaginable levels. Improving all aspects of his body's functions was preparation for cultivation, while others absorbed and guided. The Chaos Immortal Demon technique didn't bother with logic. It directly seized. Every strand of heaven and earth's spiritual energy was frantically plundered by Yi Xiaoyao, stuffing it into his body. His small purple body flickered, and his physique continuously strengthened. The next morning, Yi Xiaoyao completely embarked on the path of cultivation. He awakened a stage. The black, dirty energy was expelled, and his strength was as immense as a statue, capable of shattering boulders with his palm. He opened his eyes and smirked, a little excited. Finally, he could cultivate. Normally, the 9th stage has a limit of 100,000 pounds. The divine body of the world has a limit of 300,000 to 400,000 pounds. What does a mortal body matter? I will surpass them. Yi Xiaoyao got up, washed his face, then wrote a few notes, and as usual, left his room and went to the preaching platform. A few disciples gradually entered and sat on the cushions below. No one noticed Yi Xiaoyao's unusual state. Having awakened to this realm, he wouldn't contain any true energy. Without touching him, it would be difficult to detect. Yesterday I gained some understanding and created a sword technique, a top-tier Zhuan level technique. Yi Xiaoyao got straight to the point. 10. What? You've created a sword technique. Over 1,000 disciples instantly erupted in commotion, their eyes almost popping out. Creating a martial art. Anyone who can reach this point must possess extraordinary talent and extremely powerful cultivation. Furthermore, it requires favorable circumstances and many opportunities. The key point is, no matter how you create it, it still takes time, sometimes dozens, even hundreds of years. The ninth bell rang, such terrifyingly heaven-defying talent. He's created a top-tier Juan level sword technique, and a top-tier one at that. Is it possible to cultivate? The disciples were discussing loudly, filled with nameless fear. They were both admiring and respectful. They also had to question. A Juan-level saber technique wasn't something to be taken lightly. Even with high aptitude, how could it be perfected overnight? This saber technique is top-tier Juan level, but the requirements for aptitude are very low. Even mastering it is simple. All true Juan realm disciples can achieve it in a few days. Yi Xiaoyao once again dropped a bombshell. What kind of nonsense, mastering it in a few days? How is that possible? In the distance, Elder Bai couldn't sit still either, staring at Yi Xiaoyao in shock, as if he'd misheard. For a true Juan realm cultivator, mastering a top-tier Juan level saber technique would take at least several months. Even the sixth bell sound saint's son needed a month. Yet, Yi Xiaoyao said it. Even with low aptitude, all true Juan realm disciples could achieve it in a few days. This completely breaks the established rules of cultivation. Below the preaching platform, the atmosphere became even more heated. Everyone's breathing quickened, their eyes reddened. If it was true, then it would hold a fatal attraction for them. We'll know when we see it. Yi Xiaoyao smiled, casually pulling out a piece of paper. Elder Bai accepted it, his expression immediately becoming excited. It's true. This sword technique is real. With his dazzling king's discerning eye, he absolutely wouldn't be mistaken. Even if it's a mortal body, it's still a treasure of our Taijuan Holy Land. Elder Bai looked at Yi Xiaoyao, as if he had discovered a new continent, his excitement overwhelming. In this era where righteous divine techniques are scarce, at 8 years old, he had already created a Juan-level sword technique. This has immense significance. If he were to go out, he could probably shake the 9 provinces. Perhaps other holy lands would even abduct Yi Xiaoyao to offer him as their ancestor. Elder Bai spent more than half a day calming his agitated emotions, then lowered his head to look again. Suddenly, his expression turned abnormal. This sword technique is indeed not bad, but... Elder Bai looked again, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaoyao. The 8-year-old boy, with his small, innocent, and adorable face, looked completely harmless. Yet, this cultivation method was somewhat sinister. Elder Bai, I want to try it. I believe the boy has truly created a Juan-level sword technique. Everyone present was buzzing with excitement. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. A young man in a blue robe hurried out, his expression agitated. This was a true profound realm cultivator named Feng Chai, an inner disciple. Earlier this year, divine abilities cultivation techniques were scarce and incredibly expensive. Because he lacked sufficient contribution points, he barely managed to buy a set of true profound realm techniques. But divine abilities, he couldn't afford to buy them. Without the support of divine abilities, even his immense cultivation couldn't be fully utilized. It was like being born with divine strength, but lacking offensive techniques. He was just a mindless, reckless brute. Are you sure? I'm sure. Feng Xie was extremely resolute, stepping onto the platform. All right then. Elder Bai hesitated for a moment, then handed the paper to Feng Xie. He also wanted to see if it was really possible. After all, he was here. No one would die. Feng Xie was overjoyed, wiping his hands on his clothes, and solemnly accepting it. He bowed his head, examined it carefully, and rubbed his eyes. He looked closely again. The joy gradually subsided. He couldn't help but glance at the seemingly harmless little group. Feng Xie hesitated, but from his trust in the little group, he believed this sword technique was real. Although it was a bit strange. No, it was very strange. I'll risk it. After thoroughly understanding it, Feng Xie gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a sword. The scene was silent. He wants to cultivate. I guess it must be a grand, sweeping sword technique. The disciples were all very expectant. Then, in everyone's stunned eyes, theft. Feng Che held the sword and directly stabbed it into his thigh. The disciples were all stunned, dumbfounded. The whole school was silent. Only Feng Qi's thigh was bleeding profusely. Holy cow, what's going on? A disciple exclaimed. They had finished cultivating. What was the meaning of stabbing his thigh? It hurt. It hurt so much. Feng Qi's thigh trembled, his face contorted. To increase combat power, slay demons, and eliminate evil, again? Feng Qi's face turned red. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Feng Che made up his mind and stabbed his thigh several more times. By the 10th stab, enlightenment surged through him. He felt as if he had cultivated the Linky Saber technique for a year, completely mastering it. The Saber technique had reached its entry level. Feng Che was overjoyed, trembling with excitement. This was real. He had never encountered a saber technique with such low difficulty before. At the same time, intense pain surged through his body, blood gushing from his entire leg, and Feng Che felt increasingly dizzy. Damn, too much blood loss. Feng Che panicked, his mouth turning white. Just then, a pill shot into his mouth. The medicinal power surged out, stopping the bleeding in his thigh and healing his injury. Recover a little first, Elder Bai said, his eyelids trembling. Truly, he'd never encountered anything like this before. This method of cultivation, he'd never heard of or seen it. If the pain continued, he wouldn't even have mastered the sword technique, and he'd be finished. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyao, sitting beside him, also had some cultivation memories flashing through his mind. His comprehension was extraordinary, but he still needed cultivation experience, though the time was much shorter than others. And Feng Qi's cultivation results came back. He had also entered the entry level. Yi Xiaoyao was excited. Then, seeing Feng Qi's thighs riddled with holes, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, he hadn't tasted it. It was too brutal. Can anyone tell me what happened? The disciples below were already shocked. They truly couldn't understand Feng Qi's mysterious actions. This sword technique is called the Linky sword technique, and what Feng Che created is the cultivation method. Yi Xiaoyao said with an innocent and naive expression, his eyes filled with anticipation. For a single person cultivating, he only rewards them with relevant experience and memories. If more than 1,000 people cultivate, his Linky sword technique will be perfected in an instant. At the same time, they will also be rewarded with their treasures, weapons, and other items. He was extremely eager for the physical rewards. What kind of thing is this? Stabbing yourself with a knife is a cultivation method. Little group, are you sure? The disciples murmured, their eyes widening in disbelief. Those who could become disciples of the sacred land had some knowledge, and they had never seen such a cultivation method in ancient texts. Not a single one. Even if they believed it, they had to be skeptical. Why don't you try it? Yi Xiaoyao's young face was very serious. This. Many disciples decisively shook their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. Indeed, creating divine abilities wasn't that easy. Looking at this unconventional cultivation method, this knife technique was clearly a random creation. Little group, we should still follow the example of the ancient sages, studying the accumulated wisdom of those sages. Their techniques have all been verified, so there shouldn't be any problems. A disciple subtly reminded them. The little group's comprehension was extraordinary. They absolutely trusted the ancient sages' divine techniques and abilities. Creating a sword technique? All right then. Didn't it succeed? Elder Bai stared at Feng Che, whose injuries had healed, lost in thought. If it succeeded, the significance would be immense. If it failed, it would affect the little group's reputation. After all, this was the behavior of a mischievous disciple. I've recovered. I've entered the basic level of sword techniques. In an instant, Feng Che stood up, his wounds on his thigh healed and scabbed over. He looked down at the disciples below, his fighting spirit surging. Is that true? If this can successfully enter the basic level, I'll swallow excrement and commit suicide. A disciple said doubtfully. He'd entered the basic level after being stabbed a few times. This is an incredibly explosive display, even in the history of explosions. I don't believe it. It's too bizarre. This sword technique's cultivation method is too idiotic. It's definitely fake. I suddenly feel a little scared of this young master. Many disciples expressed disbelief, and their attitude towards Yeshaya changed. They always felt that this 8-year-old, innocent-looking young master was a little frightening. "You, that poop-eating boy, fight me." Feng Che pointed at the large screen below and shouted, full of confidence. He was now eager to verify his own skills. "Feng Che, a month ago I defeated you in 3 moves. Now you're getting arrogant, aren't you? Dare to insult me?" The defecated boy immediately became enraged, leaping up and kicking the platform. "I'll let you strike with one blow. Watch me catch this sharp blade with my bare hands." The defecated boy said disdainfully, completely disbelieving that this demon's sword technique was real. He didn't dare show any dissatisfaction to the group leader, but he had no qualms about facing this defeated opponent. "Good." Feng Che didn't waste any words, taking out his long sword from his storage bag and charging forward, his true essence surging. "This stone fist of mine is made with all my might. Although I'm just a beginner, I can easily withstand one of your blows." The defecated boy snorted coldly, his true essence gushing out, his hands instantly turning limestone-colored, as hard as iron. With one punch, a great wind roared. "Linky sword technique," Feng Che shouted, holding the sword in one hand, his true essence surging, countless swordja fiercely slashing out, emitting a deafening sound. It was like relentlessly shattering human bones, a horrifying sound. Bang! The fierce blade energy struck the stone fist. Amidst countless horrified gazes, the stone fist was gradually worn away by the blade energy. Finally, with a muffled sound, a scream rang out. The slut-eating boy's fist was like it had been torn apart by 1,000 blades, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, blood gushing out. Pain. So much pain. It was unbearable. The slut-eating boy clutched his fist and screamed in agony. It was complete annihilation. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Play mobile movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. This sword technique is truly beginner level. Our sacred land has produced a monstrous genius who has created a new cultivation method. We must report this to the Holy Master immediately. Elder Bai's eyes suddenly lit up, his breathing quickened, and he was incredibly excited. He felt that the young master was exploring a new method of cultivation, enough to shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before, Feng Che was no match for a mere boy who could swallow excrement, but now he can break through defenses with a single blow. Holy cow. This is truly a dismemberment sword technique. This guy's fists look like they've been cut by countless swords. 99 real injuries and full mental damage. How painful is that? The sword technique is real. 10 stabs and he's already reached the beginner level. My God, it's too unbelievable. Over 1,000 disciples completely erupted, their eyes wide with shock as they watched the scene, wishing they could gouge out their own eyes and throw them in to see for themselves. Then they looked towards Yeshaya. There wasn't a hint of doubt left. Every gaze was fervent, as if they were looking at a deity. This sword technique was incredibly powerful. Just a few stabs and they'd mastered it, and it was incredibly strong. Even an emperor would have to call them experts. Cultivate. I absolutely must cultivate it. This sword technique, although the process is very painful, the results are amazing. Which one level divine technique could be so easy, simply evil? Even more evil than demonic techniques, the disciples' eyes blazed with divine fire, gritting their teeth and deciding to cultivate it. It's just stabbing themselves a few times, right? One stab today, one stab tomorrow, sooner or later they'll succeed, and the damage won't be great. Let's do it. Ha ha ha, you little brat, did you see? I'm stronger than you. From now on, I'm invincible among my peers. Feng Che laughed wildly, his previous pain completely gone. But to Yeshaya, in an instant, they were like gods. He was in the true profound realm, and cultivating the profound stage was most suitable for him. As for the divine abilities above the profound stage, even if he could cultivate them, he wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. Instead, they would drain his cultivation. Ha ha ha, not bad performance, keep up the good work. Seeing this, Yeshaya immediately laughed, his heart filled with anticipation. It seemed these disciples were all preparing to cultivate. His good days were not far off. May I ask, young master, how can this sword technique be perfected? Someone excitedly asked. This was the crucial point. The others also quieted down, their eyes filled with anticipation. 10 strikes to enter the entry level, 100 strikes to achieve minor mastery, and 1,000 strikes to achieve great mastery. A friendly reminder, there's no possibility of espionage, only a single successful stab will suffice. Yi Xiangyao laughed heartily and said, just one stab. Holy cow! Who can handle this? The Linky Saber technique, this name isn't given for nothing. To torture others, you must first torture yourself. Perverted, even I, a pervert, find it perverted. The disciples were astonished, thinking about that image. That image was too beautiful. They dared not imagine it. Elder Bai was also somewhat stunned. This saber technique was no ordinary evil technique. Righteous divine abilities are scarce now. Even if you possess them, you need a great deal of time to learn them, and you might not even be able to master them in your lifetime. The young master's comprehension is extraordinary, creating a commoner's saber technique. Its simplicity surpasses that of ancient and modern times. This is a great blessing for you. Moreover, it's worth stabbing 1,000 times. It will also temper your will and spirit. Feng Che solemnly shouted, transforming into a loyal sycophant of the young master. Because they were buying the cultivation techniques, even their shorts were sold. Knowing how precious the cultivation techniques created by the young master were, and being able to learn them for free, made them extremely grateful. Absolutely correct. As long as we surpass 1,000 strikes, we can achieve great mastery of the divine power. The young master has gone to great lengths. Yes, this is to temper our willpower. Learn, whoever doesn't learn will die. The disciples were ashamed and gratefully expressed their gratitude. His magnificent image had already been established, and his prestige had reached its peak. Yi Xiaoyao heard this, and couldn't stop laughing. Awesome! I need you guys, you rough and tough men. Elder Bai, distribute the Linky Saber technique to the disciples, put it in the scripture repository, and cultivate it for free. Yi Xiaoyao said directly. The young master is so righteous. The disciples were extremely excited. In this era where knowledge was paid for, no one would freely contribute cultivation techniques and divine powers. To be able to selflessly offer such devotion, one must possess noble virtues like a giant ancient panda. Although you are immortal, unable to slay demons and eliminate evil in the sacred land, your contribution surpasses that of any other prodigy. The Taijuan sacred land is fortunate to have such a young master. Elder Bai also praised him. This mere sentiment alone left those supreme prodigies far behind. Yi Xiaoyao finished his sermon. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked lightly towards his small building. My skateboard shoes, rubbing against this smooth ground. My skateboard shoes, ay. Yi Xiaoyao hummed softly as he entered the building and continued his study of the Chaos Immortal Demon Technique. This demon technique is divided into introductory, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. He devoured 10,000 corresponding physical essences. The great emperor's scriptures became increasingly obscure the further they progressed, making it difficult even for saints to comprehend. However, his extraordinary talent allowed him to begin understanding without much difficulty. Meanwhile, in the Taijuan Holy Land, the spread of the Linky Saber technique shook the entire Holy Land. Holy cow, this saber technique, holy cow. Such a simple and swift cultivation method for a saber technique is truly unprecedented, a groundbreaking innovation. It's incredibly simple, truly a welcome relief for disciples with low aptitude. But it's also difficult. It's a flawed technique. Of the 100,000 disciples in the Taijuan Holy Land, over 70,000 were in the Truzhuan realm, and most had similar aptitudes. Even if they acquired the divine technique, they couldn't cultivate it properly. Upon learning this sword technique, all 70,000 disciples were somewhat excited, and they all began to cultivate it. Initially, they were a little skeptical, but after practicing it, their doubts vanished, because they were too busy. It was too painful. This sword technique is too abnormal. Even demonic techniques aren't this abnormal. This devilish cultivation technique, even dogs wouldn't practice it. Emma, it's so delicious. At first, the pain was unbearable, but they quickly tasted the sweetness. Many people had mastered the sword technique, and some even achieved minor mastery. Its power shocked everyone. It truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier Zhuan level sword technique. It was too powerful. And those disciples above the true Zhuan realm, watching their fellow disciples' blood gushing out, wildly stabbing into their bodies, felt their scalps tingle and exclaimed it was evil. At the same time, they marveled. Such low aptitude, yet they mastered it in a single day. This speed could rival that of the Saint Sun. What's a pity, the young master was able to create a profound level sword technique at the age of 8, which is already incredibly monstrous. How could he possibly create an earth-level divine technique? Many people were even more impressed by the young master's talent. It was terrifying. The limit of the Great Dao Bell is 9 times, but that might not be the young master's limit. This news even shocked the secluded Saint Lord and the 7 ancestors who had just emerged from their seclusion. Inside a grand hall, the supreme profound Saint Sun welcomed the Saint Lord's return. Though only 12 or 13 years old, he already possessed a certain composure, his small face resolute, and his body radiating light. At this moment, he stood attending to the master, while the Holy Lord sat upright in a large chair. In front of him was the 7th ancestor, clad in a yin-yang robe. This child, Ziao, his comprehension, is probably more than 9 times greater. At 8 years old, he's already created a Zhuan-level sword technique. Nothing like this has ever happened in history. The Holy Lord praised him profusely. I'm also very surprised. I can't understand how such a tiny Dao being, so how can he be immortal? This doesn't make sense. The 7th ancestor felt increasingly heartbroken. The Yi family only had this one descendant. If there were none in 100 years, it would truly be the end of the family line. At their level, it was very difficult to produce more descendants. I heard that the Heavenly Master Holy Land produced a girl with an innate Dao embryo. How about we arrange a marriage between Xiao and their family? The Holy Lord's eyes flickered as he suggested. It makes sense. Those of you who are carefree and easygoing should seize the opportunity to have a bunch of children. Our Yi family won't be without descendants for 100 years to come. The 7th ancestor's heart pounded. After much thought, his eyes lit up. This little one has extraordinary talent, and her innate Dao embryo is also close to the Great Dao. If they combine, how terrifyingly gifted will their child be? The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The 7th ancestor's gaze was terrifying. As long as it's not a mortal body, the talent is undoubtedly unparalleled. The only trouble is, the Heavenly Master Holy Land may not necessarily value our Xiao. The Holy Lord smiled bitterly. The heaven-defying comprehension was true. The problem was the mortal body. This news had spread throughout the Kengyuan realm 8 years ago. Not interested, then we'll seize it. At most, we'll just dig those 6 old men out of their graves. The 7th ancestor's face was expressionless as he made his decision. The Holy Lord smacked his lips, indicating his agreement. Little Ankle's sword technique, can it really be successfully cultivated? The disciple values many fellow disciples, constantly stabbing them relentlessly. The Taijuan Holy Sun suddenly asked. He was also in the true Zhuan realm, and in a few days he would be heading to the Blood Cave, where the enemies were all monstrous and extremely dangerous, so the more attack methods the better. Especially the Linky sword technique, which could be mastered in a single day. This speed is truly awe-inspiring. So many disciples, the Holy Master and the 7th ancestor exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. The cultivation methods of the Taijuan Holy Land seemed to have unusual clues. Perhaps they were overthinking things. Yes, that's right. The sword technique is real. Elder Bai reported it. If you want to cultivate it, then cultivate it. However, whether 1,000 stabs will truly lead to mastery is hard to say, the Holy Master mused. He always felt that this sword technique was a bit strange. It doesn't matter. I possess the Tai Chi divine body, with powerful regenerative abilities. I'm not afraid of these minor pains. 1,000 stabs are nothing. The Taijuan Holy Sun's face was full of determination, extremely arrogant. As a Holy Sun, his willpower was undoubtedly 100, even 10,000 times stronger than his fellow disciples. Thump, thump, thump. The Taijuan Saint Sun was cultivating on the spot, a saber frantically stabbing at his body. He was indeed worthy of the Tai Chi divine body. Despite his Trujuan realm cultivation, his body's regenerative power was astonishing. A dozen breaths were enough to heal a wound. 1 stab, 10 stabs, 100 stabs, 200. The saint sun lay motionless on the ground. The Saint Lord and the 7 ancestors stared blankly at the Saint Sun, unable to refute him. This saber technique, ordinary people can't endure this pain. The Saint Lord muttered. The Taijuan Saint Sun was only 12 years old, yet his willpower surpassed most disciples. Night fell, the moonlight like water. The Taijuan Holy Land was not as quiet as usual. Occasionally, a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered could be heard. Meanwhile, in the small building, Yi Xiaoyao's small mouth was practically gaping to his ears. In his mind, the memories of Guanling's late-stage sword technique were vast and astonishing. Not only had he reached the perfect realm, but he had even reached the pinnacle, the transformation realm. Those in the true profound realm basically hadn't cultivated their divine abilities to the transformation realm. They all wanted to increase their cultivation, reach a higher realm, and then cultivate more powerful divine abilities. To have cultivated a profound level sword technique to the transformation realm at the age of 8 was incredibly rare. Yi Xiaoyao closed his eyes, and in the netherworld, he felt many threads spreading in all directions. Of course, the degree of control wasn't high, and the distance was limited. After all, it was just a sword technique. With precautions, one could still avoid it. But if it were to be taught as a life-bound cultivation method, the control power was terrifying. Ding, the host has just imparted a divine ability for the first time. The number of practitioners of Linky's saber technique has reached 1,000. Reward, a set of glazed king body. Ding, the number of practitioners of Linky's saber technique has reached 10,000. Reward, the heart of a young true dragon. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, both surprised and delighted. Such a generous reward for the first time imparting the ability. Especially the heart of a young true dragon. The dragon clan is renowned for its physical body, possessing incredibly terrifying power. The heart of a true dragon can help a person achieve sainthood. And the heart of a young true dragon is enough to cleanse the body and marrow, making Yi Xiaoyao's physical body extremely powerful. Without a word, he took out the heart of the young true dragon, his blood surging, and swallowed it in one gulp. Crack! The Chaos Immortal Demon technique activated, frantically devouring the expanding energy of the young dragon's heart. His mortal body glowed, his flesh, internal organs, and bones seemingly like sponges. Devouring and absorbing, his body's functions surged wildly, as if undergoing rapid evolution. Strength, speed, and nervous reflexes all skyrocketed. Awakening 1 stage, 2 stages, 3 stages, 4 stages. Until he reached the 6th stage, he barely stopped. His small body, with large chunks of flesh and dirt falling off, was like shedding its old form, revealing fair, jade-like skin. His stature remained small, but the density of his flesh, bones, and blood was astonishingly high. Bang! Yi Xiaoyao lightly clenched his fist, and a burst of energy erupted from his palm. 100,000 pounds! System, what's going on? Yi Xiaoyao sensed carefully, his eyes widening in shock. Normally, a 6th stage cultivator could only consume 69,000 pounds of energy. Even a divine body was no exception. Although he cultivated the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, he hadn't yet devoured any fundamental physical essence, so it was impossible for him to reach 100,000 pounds even if he swallowed a young heart. All physical bodies in the world have advantages and disadvantages. Even those with the highest talent are bound by the shackles of their innate physical abilities. Mortal bodies, however, have no shackles, only limitations imposed by the Great Tao, and can reach the ultimate Great Tao. A mortal body's awakened power can reach 999,989,990 pounds. Hearing the system's cold reply, Yi Xiaoyao's mouth dropped open. So the mortal body is the most powerful. In other words, the mortal body has no shackles. Under this world, the limit of power is 9. Divine bodies have shackles. Their ultimate power can only reach 8, or even lower. Of course, in this world, ordinary bodies are fundamentally incapable of cultivation, concealing secrets that no one can detect. Only Yi Xiaoyao is an example. My ultimate power surpasses those divine bodies by several tenths. even 1 or 2 times. But the drawbacks are also very clear. 10 years of experience have only brought me to the 6th stage, while others have probably already reached the 9th stage. Yi Xiaoyao smacked his lips. Fortunately, he has the system, which can impart cultivation techniques and provide feedback, saving time. Going to the blood cave and devouring the essence of those geniuses, I have more confidence, Yi Xiaoyao said excitedly. One sword technique isn't enough. I need to create several more. This way, the feedback will increase more and more. I'll strive to reach the 9th stage before the blood cave, breaking through the limit. Yi Xiaoyao set a small goal for himself. At the same time, he took out a small jade carving. It was palm-sized, faceless, and shone with a radiant, extremely miraculous glazed light. This was the foundation of the glazed king body. With a crunching sound, Yi Xiaoyao directly bit into it. At 8 years old, having just replaced his teeth, it almost knocked him out. Damn, it's so hard. Yi Xiaoyao was startled, quickly circulating the Chaos Immortal Demon technique. The great cycle circulated, and the jade carving in his mouth melted and merged into the depths of his mortal body. Light flowed, and his physical strength once again soared. In an instant, it reached 120,000 pounds. His 6th sense also emerged, allowing him to sense danger and the approach of others. Still at the 6th stage of awakening, but the power has skyrocketed, surpassing even ordinary 9th stage cultivators. HMPH, who says a mortal body is inferior to a dog? One punch can shatter a divine body. Yi Xiaoyao's small mouth twitched, extremely satisfied. As the grandson of the ancestor, in the Taijuan Holy Land, few dared to say that a mortal body was inferior to a dog, but outside, there were those who joked that a mortal body was inferior to a dog. Dogs with cultivation aptitude are even stronger than mortal bodies. Elder Bai, I want to look at some books, various ancient texts. Yi Xiaoyao lifted his short legs and walked out of the small building. Under the moonlight, Elder Bai sat on a stone bench, looking at the paper in his hand, holding a knife, hesitating. To stab or not to stab? The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. That's the problem. He wanted to study this strange method of cultivation. What kind of books? Stories of strange tales and legends from the cultivation world, or recipes. Elder Bai calmly put away the paper, laughing heartily. For the past 8 years, Yi Xiaoyao, unable to cultivate, had no interest in secret cultivation techniques, only in strange tales and legends, and various recipes. Anything is fine, Yi Xiaoyao said without question. He just wanted to think about creating a cultivation method. Go ahead, take these books. They're all recently published by the Daoming Merchant Association, along with great demon recipes and cultivation divination books. I bought them a few days ago for 30 top-grade yuan stones. Elder Bai tossed several books to Yi Xiaoyao. Living a long life easily leads to loneliness, and it's inevitable that some hobbies will develop. Some powerful beings enjoy fishing, some sages enjoy cooking, and some enjoy singing opera. Elder Bai likes to read gossip, especially the rumors his old friends secretly heard. Yi Xiaoyao stroked his chin, accepted the book, and returned to the small building. He opened the first book, Emperor Luo's Calendar, Daoming's Secret Text, 80,000 Tales. The title was, Is This a Perversion of Human Nature, or a Lack of Morality? The first page, with several large characters, shocking. The heavenly demon sect master has a secret affair. He's keeping a Hewan sex saintess as his mistress. The sect master's wife is furious and chases him for 10,000 miles. Shocking, a shocking scandal. The true dragon clan's saint son at night gathered 88 young men, and yet. Shocking, the heavenly master's saint son, pouring all his heart and soul into this, has created a masterpiece. 10 great methods for postpartum care and postpartum support for mother dragons. Currently, the Heavenly Master's Saint Son's whereabouts are unknown. Daoming Ancient Spirit Immortal Fairy is reporting this online. After a long while, Ding, you observe the postpartum care of mother dragons with utmost concentration and deep understanding. You have created the concentrated demonic technique. After one day, Ding, you observe the menu of 10,000 beasts, comprehending 1,800 cooking methods. You believe the Great Tao is the simplest. That delicious food doesn't need cooking. You have created the beast-eating demonic technique. Devouring demonic cultivation technique, a top-tier Zhuan level cultivation technique capable of entering a state of self-forgetfulness, increasing the efficiency of cultivating other techniques by 50%. Simply focus wholeheartedly on caring for the female beasts of the world during childbirth. Care for 1,000 beasts, and the demonic cultivation technique will be perfected. Demon Beast Devouring Technique, a top-tier Zhuan level cultivation technique. Upon entering the devouring state, cultivation speed increases by 80%. Each cultivation session requires consuming a low-level demon beast alive. Slander. Pure slander. When the hell did I ever understand the depth of postpartum care for the dragon mother? Yi Xiaoyao expressed his dissatisfaction. Besides, this concentrated demonic cultivation method is too overpowered. Who the hell cultivates it? Also, the cooking method is so damn simplified, it doesn't even require eating raw food. And the delicacies don't need cooking. Yi Xiaoyao cursed inwardly. This damn system's path is extremely outrageous. Innately rebellious nature isn't enough to describe your brain. It's still a Zhuan level cultivation method. It must be related to the level of the thing seen. The higher the level, the higher the creation level, and the longer the time it will probably take. To teach it, or not to teach it, that's the question. Yi Xiaoyao looked at the gradually rising sun outside and fell into deep thought. If this gets out, my indecent image will be completely ruined. He guessed that one day he might see news about himself from the Daoming 8 trigrams above. Something like, shocking, the Taijuan young master has heaven-defying comprehension, creating a monstrous demonic technique. This news is too outrageous. It must be sealed and dealt with. No, that's not right. The techniques I created are more powerful than others. They benefited millions of disciples and are worthy of being enshrined in the ancestral temple. How can you say I'm not serious? With his perspective broadened, Yi Xiaoyao believed his merits were immeasurable and shouldn't be questioned. Elder Bai knocked on the door of his room. For the past 2 years, Yi Xiaoyao had been giving lectures whenever he had nothing to do. The disciples and elders of the Taijuan Holy Land were all familiar with him. Last night I had a feeling and created 2 divine techniques, which I need to teach to the disciples to strengthen Taijuan. Yi Xiaoyao got up, washed his face, wrote 2 pieces of paper, and put on his little robe. What he's created 2 more cultivation techniques? Elder Bai was stunned upon hearing this. Even with such extraordinary talent, there's no way he could have created 3 divine cultivation techniques in quick succession. Each technique requires time for practice and trial and error. Even the great emperors of ancient and modern times didn't create them that quickly. Is what the young master said true? Elder Bai asked doubtfully. He couldn't help but doubt it. The first one could be attributed to a fortunate coincidence. After all, such extraordinary talent, instant enlightenment, creating a divine technique. But creating 2 consecutive techniques? Even a mother dragon giving birth to offspring wouldn't be as fast as him. It's naturally true. Yi Xiaoyao nodded. With small, short steps, she walked towards the pulpit. What level of cultivation technique is this? Let me take a look. Elder Bai hastily asked, very much anticipating it. Let's not talk about this. Let's wait until we get to the lecture platform. Yi Xiaoyao's mouth dropped open. This cultivation technique was very powerful, but the method of cultivation was too bizarre. He didn't intend to say anything now. The cultivation technique created by the founder must have a rather strange method of cultivation. Elder Bai, being old and shrewd, understood somewhat. He suddenly laughed loudly, completely unconcerned. It doesn't matter, no matter how strange it is. It's nothing stranger than the Linky Saber technique. He felt that. The Linky Saber technique's cultivation method was already bizarre enough. A new cultivation technique, even more bizarre, could be more bizarre than the Linky Saber technique. Small scope. Yi Xiaoyao really wanted to say, you know absolutely nothing about my monstrous cultivation technique. And at this moment, below the lecture platform, the crowd surged, far exceeding before, from over 1,000 people to 5,000. Even those preparing to participate in the Blood Cave Core disciples had emerged from their seclusion. Little Fairy Myoan, I didn't expect you to come to listen to the young master's lecture. A 12 or 13-year-old girl wearing a small pink dress, like a porcelain doll, stood below the stage. Her small face was smooth and lovely, though not yet fully blossomed, one could already see the potential for a stunning beauty in the future. Su Maoan, possessing the Yin Dao body, a favored child of the Yin law, a direct disciple of a supreme elder. Yes, my master said that the young master's comprehension is extraordinary, almost like the Tao, and listening to his lecture might give me some guidance. Besides, the time for the blood cave is approaching. I can't go into seclusion anymore. Su Maoan's small face was innocent and naive, her voice clear and soft. The blood cave. Little fairy Maoan must be careful. That place is too dangerous. The other disciple was startled. He hadn't expected Su Maoan to also go. This was a yin-type physique with immense potential. In the past few years, less than a third of the blood cave's inhabitants had survived. What if Su Maoan perished inside? What are you afraid of? I'll protect you. A handsome young man with a defiant expression appeared. He was about 12 years old, named Jipa Jun, with a diamond body, belonging to the Tao body level. Among the young prodigies of Taijuan's previous trip to the blood cave, his strength could rank among the top 3. So it's Pa Jun, you've also come to listen to the group's lecture. Many people around saw Pa Jun, and a commotion arose. This guy was notoriously arrogant, rebellious, and unruly. Among his generation, except for the Holy Son, he looked down on everyone. He was the only one who, in front of Yi Xiaoyao, said that a mere mortal was inferior to a dog. After being beaten by the Holy Son, he became much more obedient. Listen to my nonsense. What good is it to create a cultivation technique? His fighting power is even less than air. I'm here to protect Junior Sister Maoan. Jipa Jun said disdainfully, his nose in the air. Then, like a lick dog, he showed a warm smile to Su Maoan. Master said that the young master has made great contributions to the Holy Land. Su Maoan wrinkled her little nose. Jipa Jun rolled his eyes, about to say something. The young master is your elder, yet you dare speak ill of him, imprison him. The Taijuan Holy Son walked over, majestic and extraordinary, with a steady demeanor. His fighting power is inherently inferior to air. Jipa Jun muttered, shrinking back. Taijuan Saint Sun glanced at him, knowing this guy was all muscle and no longer paying attention. He found a cushion to sit on and quietly waited for the young master to finish his lecture. He wouldn't have come before, but since learning the Linky Saber technique and being stabbed hundreds of times, he was completely convinced by the young master. The pain was extraordinary. The speed of his saber technique's progress was also extraordinary. He was in the true Zhuan realm, and the Zhuan stage was the most suitable. The Earth stage, though powerful, wasn't suitable. He hadn't even unleashed his Earth stage divine abilities yet, and he was already being drained dry, only able to use them for self-preservation. Besides, the blood cave was about to open, and he also needed to improve his cultivation. The young master had extraordinary comprehension and unique understanding and mastery of cultivation techniques. He wasn't the only one. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Play mobile movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. Several other talented young disciples, preparing to enter the blood cave, arrived one after another and sat down cross-legged. Many talented disciples have come this time, many disciples praised. Following the 9th bell ringing of this small group, there were even more miraculous creations of sword techniques. The small group's influence gradually grew. The only regret was that the small group was immortal. If they could cultivate, what kind of awe would they possess in the future? At that moment, Yishaya walked to the preaching platform, and the area below was completely silent. Today, I won't be preaching scriptures. Yishaya clasped her hands behind her back, her small face full of smiles. The disciples below immediately widened their eyes. Wasn't this a pointless trip? Especially those talented young disciples. Not preaching scriptures. Then what will you say? Tell ghost stories. Jipa Jun glared, loudly expressing his dissatisfaction. My Miaoyan came specifically. You're being too disrespectful. Yi Shaidao glanced at him. Little Diamond, are you itching for a beating? Upon hearing Jipa Chen's words, Yiba's temper flared up. Little brat, who are you calling Little Diamond? He said you're Little Diamond. Do you have a problem with that? Taijuan Saint Sun's face was expressionless. I am Little Diamond. Jipa Jun, however, remained defiant. Yi Ziya ignored this arrogant child. He truly didn't realize he was younger than the other party. He chuckled, looking down at the audience below the stage with anticipation. This time, he absolutely had to showcase these two monstrous cultivation techniques. If successful, he would reach the 9th stage of awakening, entering the ultimate realm. 990,000 pounds of strength. Last night I had a feeling and created 2 more cultivation techniques. Today I will teach them to all the disciples. Silence. Deathly silence. No way, yesterday he just finished practicing the Linky Saber technique, and today he's created a new technique. And 2 techniques at that? Holy cow, this young master's creativity. Holy cow! If this is real, there's no one like him before, and no one like him after. The disciples were all stunned, the trees shaking. For cultivators, comprehending even one technique was incredibly difficult. Creating one was even harder than climbing to heaven. Creating one yesterday was already a miracle. Creating 2 in a single night? This wasn't just a miracle, it was terrifying. How high is the young master's comprehension? Even the usually composed Taijuan Saint Sun was greatly shocked, his face reflecting his self-assurance. As a Saint Sun, he had far more connections than ordinary disciples. He created one technique by chance, and now he's created 2 in quick succession. In the cultivation world, the 2 are different concepts. It's terrifying. If creating a cultivation technique were a little easier, the righteous path wouldn't have such a scarcity of divine abilities. Su Maoan's mouth also dropped open. Little Diamond, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. His head was full of muscles. He couldn't understand why his fellow disciples were so shocked. Creating 2 cultivation techniques, is that really that powerful? Ancestor, what kind of techniques did you create? Could it be that they're both Zhuan level 2? I can learn 2 for free. The ancestor is truly a shining star among the disciples. Most of the disciples were in the true Zhuan realm, and they were all excited. Especially those disciples who had cultivated the Linky Saber technique and achieved some success. Although it was painful, their strength increased significantly. These days, who would complain about having many cultivation techniques? That's right, they are also top-tier Zhuan level techniques, but they're not offensive divine abilities. Yi Xiaoyao produced 2 pieces of paper. Elder Bai, on the side, hastily accepted them, his eyes widening. Not an offensive divine ability. Other cultivation methods aren't really necessary. The disciples were immediately disappointed. What they lacked was an offensive divine ability. However, this kind of cultivation method is even rarer than an offensive divine ability. Even in the entire Taijuan Holy Land, achieving this kind of effect is extremely rare. Moreover, the cultivation method is incredibly simple. You don't need to harm yourself. Just throw in a little effort, and you can soar to the heavens. Yi Xiaoyao chuckled and began to dry chicken soup and make pancakes. In any era, no one can stand up and say no. What? No need to harm yourself. Just throw in a little effort, and you can soar to the heavens. My God, what kind of cultivation method did the young master create? The disciples' disappointment vanished, their eyes widening. Especially since they hadn't heard about not needing to harm themselves. The Linky Saber technique's cultivation method was too painful. Isn't it just a matter of throwing in a little effort? What's the big deal? I like painless methods. Just a little effort and I can cultivate them. The disciples became excited, full of anticipation. The Saint Sun, Su Maoan, and other talented young men preparing to enter the blood cave were also pounding with excitement and great interest. Only Elder Bai remained silent. He stared intently at the 2 sheets of paper in his hand, carefully observing them. He wished he could gouge out his eyeballs and place them on top to study them. He had underestimated the level of these demonic cultivation techniques. These 2 techniques were real. They shocked him. Elder Bai scratched his head, almost biting his teeth. He felt like his brain was going to grow back. They are both auxiliary cultivation techniques. One is called Concentrated Demon Slaying Technique, which can help a person enter a state of self-forgetfulness, increasing the efficiency of cultivating other divine techniques by 50%. The other is called Beast-Eating Demon Slaying Technique, which, after cultivation, increases the speed of cultivation by 80%. These 2 techniques are very powerful. In the entire Taijuan Holy Land, you won't find many with such auxiliary effects, Elder Bai said slowly. He finished speaking. It felt as if a heavy bomb had fallen on the crowd, causing a riot. Even the disciples with average aptitude had red eyes and rapid breathing. Those with low comprehension also widened their eyes and gasped in shock. One cultivation technique increases the efficiency of cultivation by 50%. The highest level auxiliary techniques we've encountered only achieve 20%. Besides, they're so expensive, we can't afford them. My cultivation aptitude is beyond words. This is exactly what I need. Another one is even more exaggerated. Increasing cultivation speed by 80%. Except for demonic techniques, only a handful in the orthodox path can achieve this. This is too tempting for disciples with low comprehension. Many found it hard to imagine. I doubt I misheard. This was the most abnormal auxiliary cultivation technique they had ever encountered in the profound stage. The Taijuan Saint Sun's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. He wasn't interested in the beast-eating technique. His talent was limited to that level, and he didn't need it at this stage. However, he was very tempted by the focused demon-slaying technique, which could improve his comprehension efficiency. His aptitude was extraordinary, but unfortunately, the cultivation technique was too profound and obscure. Yishaya looked at everyone's reactions and was very satisfied. To avoid associating these two techniques with demonic techniques, he directly renamed them, adding the word slay. Demon-slaying technique. Doesn't this sound more righteous? It perfectly suits the current mainstream values. Everyone should think it through before cultivating. Elder Bai said kindly, trying to dissuade them. Elder, do we even need to think about it? Even if it means self-harming 10,000 times, I'll still cultivate. Besides, there's no need to harm yourself. The disciples were very excited, without thinking, extraordinarily decisive. Anyone who didn't cultivate was a fool. All right then. Elder Bai nodded, looking at the cultivation technique in his hand, his mouth agape for a long time. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Play mobile movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. This is about caring for the mother beasts after childbirth, a cultivation method that's truly meaningless. Elder Bai, please tell me. I can't wait any longer. Elder Bai, don't tease me. I can't wait to start cultivating. Half a day passed without any movement. The disciples were getting impatient, their hearts pounding as if being clawed at. They longed to rush forward and see for themselves. Their anticipation was overwhelming. The usually composed Taijuan Saint Sun was also full of anticipation, but Yishaya kept his mouth tightly shut. There was nothing he could do. He was too shy to say anything. This concentrated demon-slaying technique is very simple to cultivate. You just need to focus intensely on caring for the mother beasts after childbirth and do a few small, intimate things, and you can begin. Furthermore, you only need to care for 1,000 mother beasts to achieve mastery. Elder Bai's lips trembled as he awkwardly uttered a passage. After saying that, he felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. He couldn't help but look at the 8-year-old, with delicate features and a lovely, porcelain-like appearance, Yishayao. He suspected that the young master had created this cultivation method from the monumental work on postpartum care and postpartum care of dragon mothers, which he had poured his heart and soul into. Truly, he'd lived long enough to see it. To be able to create a cultivation method from just that thing. Even a great emperor would have to bow down in admiration. Damn Heavenly Master Saint Sun, of all things, why write that? Elder Bai muttered, that Heavenly Master Saint Sun, his dream is to become a great writer. What a strange old man. At this moment, the area below the platform was completely silent. The initial boisterous energy had abruptly ceased. Everyone was like a duck with its neck squeezed, silenced by this peculiar method of cultivation. My respected and virtuous young master, how could he possibly create such a cultivation method? That's right, Elder Bai must be joking. He's only 8 years old, 8 years old. How could he create such a heaven-defying cultivation method? After a long silence, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Elder Bai, I want to hear the true cultivation method. This cultivation method is extremely important to me. The Taijuan Saint Sun frowned, thinking Elder Bai was deceiving him. At 12 years old, he understood everything he should know and knew what postpartum care for a mother beast was. He glanced at Yi Xiaoyao. Others called him young master, but he was of higher seniority, referred to as little uncle. Yi Xiaoyao sat upright, his small face full of solemnity and divinity. The Taijuan saint's son became even more certain that Elder Bai was talking nonsense. Holy Sun, this cultivation method is indeed real. Elder Bai's mouth twitched, not knowing what expression to make. The Taijuan Holy Sun was petrified. Over 5,000 disciples were all petrified, like statues, motionless. Considering yesterday's dismemberment sword technique, they believed the young master. But this cultivation method before them made them doubt. They even doubted whether their own cultivation was flawed. It was too damn explosive. It's a mother beast doing postpartum care. You're a fucking liar. Fake. I want to beat you up for faking it. This little brat is a fraud. Little Diamond, with his iron head, was the first to stand up and denounce him. Before, he had been somewhat tempted, but now he felt this little brat was insulting his noble intelligence. He was a diamond body, a future peerless genius destined to become a great emperor. So you're making me, this future great emperor, do postpartum care for a female beast. And such strict privacy. What? You even want to increase the female beast's happiness and well-being? Whether it's fake or not, you'll know after cultivating. Doing postpartum care for a female beast is to make you all focus on one thing. Only with high concentration can you cultivate efficiently, do you understand? Your intentions are truly wicked. You've disappointed me greatly. Yi Xiaoya's tongue was as sharp as a lotus flower, his demeanor imposing and majestic. 2 buckets of poisonous chicken soup clattered out. That's absolutely right. High concentration leads to faster cultivation. That's indeed true. This is how we condense our spirit. This way, our cultivation efficiency will be higher. With that kind of talk, I understand now, this is truly Little Master's painstaking efforts. How could I question Little Master? Little Master is only 8 years old, pure as a blank sheet of paper. How could he possibly want so much? It seems I'm misunderstood. 2 buckets of poisonous chicken broth were brought down, and everyone present understood, their faces turning red with shame. What evil intentions could an 8-year-old child possibly have? Yes, this cultivation method is indeed too efficient. Isn't it just about caring for 1,000 female beasts? Let's do it. However, this cultivation method is very sinister. We must do it secretly, without letting anyone know. The disciples made up their minds. If they were to cultivate this, it would truly harm their glorious image. Elder Bai saw this, shook his head with a wry smile, knowing full well what was going on. No matter how monstrous this cultivation method was, the disciples would gladly endure and cultivate it, needless to say. There was no other way. The efficiency was too high. Haha, young master, I have a friend who wants to cultivate this method. I wonder if it's possible. A young genius preparing to enter the blood cave walked over, cleared his throat, and smiled brightly. He absolutely couldn't admit that he was cultivating it, otherwise, if he was discovered, he would be instantly killed. That's right, I also have a friend. He raises a bunch of tigresses at home, and he's very interested in this cultivation method. I also have a friend. His name is Li Zan, and he's proficient in postpartum care for sows. Damn, Wang Dazhuang, who's proficient in postpartum care for sows? I, Li Zan, want to sever all ties with you. The disciples understood each other implicitly, and one after another, using their friendship as a pretext, accepted the declarations that Elder Bai had stamped down. Then they all thanked Yi Xiaoyao. No matter what, this was a blessing for the disciples. Yi Xiaoyao, with a small, flower-like face, beamed with a smile. He was eagerly awaiting the disciples' cultivation feedback. Isn't there another cultivation technique? What's the cultivation method? Some disciples with low cultivation aptitude impatiently ask. In terms of help, the beast-eating demon-slaying technique had given them the most assistance. The others were also curious. Each time you cultivate, you only need to eat a live demon beast to enter the eating state. In this state, the cultivation speed increases dramatically. Elder Bai. He probably meant to mention postpartum care for a mother animal. My facial skin condition has worsened. This is simple. I've never seen such a simple cultivation method before. Isn't it just like ordinary people? Do you need to eat? Eat some meat. No problem. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with joy. It was good. The cultivation method was quite normal, not so barbaric. Are you all getting too excited too soon? This is eating raw, meaning you catch a live beast and directly devour it. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. Then they all stared expressionlessly at the person who spoke. They unconsciously ignored the word live. If you don't say anything, no one will think you're mute. Damn it. Damn it, why did you have to say that? I thought the cultivation method was very normal. The crowd's faces turned pale. Eating raw, blood splattered everywhere. Just thinking about that image made them shudder. For the sake of becoming stronger, I accept. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Many people rushed forward, quickly accepting the cultivation method that Elder Bai had given them. Little ancestor, if you create another cultivation method, could you improve it a bit? Yes, 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 just a slight improvement, like throwing it in a little. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Many disciples cautiously smiled and apologized to Yi Xiao. He felt that the cultivation method created by the young master was very sinister, although the difficulty was very low. This method would either cause damage to the body or damage to the spirit. Good. Yi Xiao smiled. After the various cultivation methods were distributed, the 5,000 disciples left one after another, but their expressions were somewhat furtive. The Taijuan Saint Sun bowed to Yi Xiao. As a Saint Sun, he didn't compete for the cultivation method, as it would harm his image. The young master is only 8 years old. He definitely doesn't have any bad intentions. Su Maoan secretly glanced at the young master, her beautiful face blushing, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly ran away. This method of cultivation was embarrassing. This devilish cultivation method, I don't believe anyone would cultivate it. Little Diamond snorted coldly. Then, like a licking dog, he quickly chased after Su Maoan as she left. Such a great talent, yet trapped by a mortal body, unable to cultivate. I don't want to see her turn into a handful of sand 100 years from now, her heaven-defying talent wasted. Moreover, she holds extraordinary significance for this sacred land. On this trip to the Blood Cave, I will search for the longevity elixir inside and do my utmost to extend her lifespan. A 12-year-old boy in a black robe clasped his hands and said, his name was Zhao Zikang, a great desolate battle body. The strongest person on this trip to the Blood Cave, on par with Little Diamond. Although young, he was upright and disliked flattery, wholeheartedly devoted to the sacred land. Longevity elixir. Yi Xiao watched Zhao Zikang and the others leave, shaking his head slightly. He didn't need that. He would personally go to the Blood Cave. It is universally believed that mortals can never cultivate, a fundamental law of the Great Tao. Even the ancient great emperors affirmed that mortals could never embark on the path of cultivation in their lifetime. But so what? He wants to prove that mortals can also cultivate the Tao, and even slay demons and achieve emperorship. Very quickly, the two cultivation techniques spread throughout the sacred land. The Taijuan sacred land was shaken once again, and some elders and supreme elders were completely restless. Even the 5th and 6th ancestors, who had been in seclusion for 100 years and had never emerged, came out. In 2 days, he created 3 cultivation techniques. How terrifying is Yi Xiao's comprehension? It's impossible that he only has 9 bells. This ability is too heaven-defying. Whether it's real or fake is hard to say. It needs to be verified. In the Taijuan Palace, more than 10 supreme elders, some standing, some sitting, were fiercely debating. All of them were Dao-slaying kings, and the Taijuan sacred lord was even a peak Dao-slaying expert. Adding to saint-level ancestors, the lineup was extremely luxurious. After 1,000 years, the sacred lord once again held a secret meeting, solely for Yi Xiao's 3 cultivation techniques. Creating a cultivation technique. This is an extremely rare divine technique in the righteous sacred land. Its value surpasses 10 saints, even surpassing emperor artifacts. No powerful expert can remain calm in the face of this ability. Of course, if it's only a low-level Zhuan grade technique, its effect is greatly reduced. Order, block the information. Regardless of whether this ability is real or fake, it cannot be spread outside. Especially those demonic forces. If they find out, they will certainly cause a great uproar, sparing no expense to assassinate Yi Xiao. The 5th ancestor's voice was cold and ruthless, his saintly aura overwhelming the entire hall, causing the great hall to fall silent. He had a middle-aged appearance, his head full of black hair, and 3 blood-red strands on his forehead were extremely eye-catching, exuding an indescribable aura of domineering authority. After he finished speaking, the entire hall trembled with fear. That's right. Although Yishaya could only create Yuan-grade cultivation techniques and divine abilities, he couldn't create Earth-grade or Heaven-grade techniques. But this is already incredibly outrageous. You must know, he's only 8 years old. Those demonic cultivators will definitely be envious and try to eliminate him. The Taijuan Holy Lord frowned. No matter how powerful a holy land is, how can it be impenetrable for 1,000 days? The demonic sex methods are bizarre and ever-changing. Sooner or later, it will be impossible to guard against them. He only has 100 years of lifespan, a mortal body, yet he can create cultivation techniques. The threat to the demonic sect isn't that great. It won't drive them mad. Besides, he only created 3 techniques, and they're still low-level techniques. As Supreme Elder opened his mouth, his silver hair and robes gleaming, a vertical eye between his eyebrows captivating the soul. The 3-eyed true monarch was Sumaion's master. Yes, 100 years. Hearing this, everyone present looked gloomy, their hearts filled with resentment and sorrow. Thinking of that adorable, innocent child who would turn to dust 100 years later, they were deeply worried. Yi Xiao, as the grandson of the 7 ancestors and the son of the invincible king, even though he was immortal, was somewhat favored by the high-ranking officials of the Taijuan sect. Well, we are powerless to change the matter of a mortal. We can only let him live out these 100 years peacefully. As for his ability to create cultivation techniques, that needs verification. We'll see what happens next. The Holy Lord sighed, gazing at the swirling clouds outside the main hall. As for the demonic sect's interest in Yi Xiaoyao, they dare to lay a hand on me even if it costs me my life. I will spare no expense to suppress and kill those demonic Da Saints. Whoever makes a move, I will chop off their claws. The 5th ancestor's eyes were fierce and ruthless as he spoke. I swear to protect the young master with my life, Elder Bai said. He was a Dao-slaying king, originally destined to be promoted to Supreme Elder, but because of Yi Xiaoyao, he relinquished the Supreme Elder position. He only held the ordinary Elder position, specifically to protect Yi Xiaoyao. Well, the Blood Cave opens once every 100 years, and there are numerous secret places and abundant treasures inside. I invite the Saint Son and the other core disciples to help find some longevity elixirs. The white-haired, immortal-looking 6th ancestor sighed, looking at the Saint Lord. Longevity elixirs, divine medicines. These rare medicinal herbs, whenever one appears, are snatched up and consumed by those old geezers with limited lifespans. This has led to the current situation where the longevity elixir is almost extinct. Even the great sacred lands and demonic sects find it very difficult to find a single plant. Yi Zhaoya's father, Yi Nanshan, has been searching for the longevity elixir for 8 years and has not returned yet. One can imagine how difficult it is to find even one plant. Good, I'll have the Holy Sun search for one. The Holy Lord nodded. The Yi family's contributions to the sacred land are too great. Although Yi Xiaoyao is immortal, his contribution of those 3 cultivation techniques alone surpasses that of the elders. Moreover, he watched Yi Xiaoyao grow up. Both logically and emotionally, he should help in the search. We will also issue orders for our disciples outside the sect to search for any related clues. That's right, mortals cannot cultivate, they cannot change. Perhaps living to 100 years old would also be good. Numerous supreme elders clamored to express their opinions. The 5th and 6th ancestors exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness and unwillingness in each other's eyes. 100 years, to them, was a snap of the fingers. By then, it would be the same, the elderly burying the young. This time, we have come out of seclusion not only to discuss those 3 cultivation techniques, but also Yi Zhaoyao's marriage. The Heavenly Master's sacred land's innate Dao embryo must marry into the family. The 5th and 6th ancestors stood up, their voices unwavering. Having said that, their figures gradually faded and disappeared. To secure their great-grandson, they wanted to handle this matter properly. There could be no mistakes. After the 2 elders left, many supreme elders took out Yi Xiaoyao's 3 cultivation techniques to study and discuss among themselves. Yi Xiaoyao created a cultivation technique, and it's incredibly accurate. But this technique, why is it so strange? The cultivation difficulty is unimaginably low, defying common sense, even simpler than demonic cultivation techniques, and it has no side effects. But this method of cultivation is a bit too devious. This name isn't demon slaying technique, but demon technique. This thing is even more like a demonic technique than a demonic technique. That's right, demonic techniques are fine, sacrificing others to heaven. This technique is better, sacrificing oneself to heaven. The Supreme Elders discussed, greatly shocked by this technique, calling it utterly bizarre. I think it's fortunate he only created a Zhuan level technique. If it were a D level or Tiao level technique, a bunch of heavenly beings and great powers would be like cells being used for breeding. Ew. The Holy Master clicked his tongue, thinking, luckily, my cultivation is high. Yi Xiao created a low-level cultivation technique, so he can't get away with it. The Holy Master is absolutely right. Let him get away with it, hehe, those low-level disciples. The others nodded, their hearts pounding. They were all powerful cultivators who had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. They still needed to save face. As for Yi Xiao, he was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the small building, tilting his head to look at the Taijuan Holy Sun standing before him. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Little uncle, I have a friend, cough cough, Taijuan Saint Sun said somewhat stiffly. At the preaching platform, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as the Taijuan Saint Sun, with his revered status and the cinnabar mole in the eyes of his disciples, it was difficult to openly ask for the devouring concentration demon slaying technique, fearing the disapproving glances of his fellow disciples. Going to communicate with his little uncle himself was much easier. Then, with the mother beast acting as a nurse, he could cover his face and no one would see. Very good. I admire the Saint Sun's dedication to cultivation. Yi Xiao was delighted. Quickly taking out a piece of Zhuan paper and quickly writing down the devouring concentration demon slaying technique. Thank you, little uncle. Taijuan Saint Sun, though composed, was only 12 years old. His face flushed, and he took the Zhuan paper and fled the small building as if running away. Young people are easy to teach. Yi Xiao smiled, his eyes narrowed as he watched the other party leave. He didn't want to die in the process. He did just quietly wait for the other party's cultivation feedback. I guess it will take several days this time before I get a large amount of feedback. It should be able to raise my realm to the 9th stage, entering the ultimate awakening realm. Yi Xiao was very much looking forward to it. Awakening is divided into 2 stages. One is the ultimate strength of 100,000 pounds. The other is breaking through the limit and stepping into the ultimate realm. The stronger the strength in the ultimate realm, the stronger the foundation. King body, Tao body, divine body, they can eat until their stomachs burst with 300,000 or 400,000 pounds. And him, 999,999 pounds. That physical quality is comparable to an ancient savage dragon. Knocking down a small mountain with one punch wouldn't be a problem. By then, even if he only awakens to a certain realm and enters the blood cave, he can still wreak havoc everywhere. The Taijuan Sacred Land in the northwest. This is the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, a mountain range stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Legend says this mountain range was formed after a true immortal's demise, teeming with rare birds, exotic beasts, and exotic herbs, abundant resources. Of course, the deeper it goes, the more dangerous it becomes. In the deepest part, a demon kingdom has been established, called the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. At this moment, as night deepens, the mountains and rivers are occasionally filled with the roars of beasts and the cries of strange insects. Something seems amiss in this outer mountain range lately. A massive, black and white, saber-toothed tiger muttered to itself, surveying its territory. Occasionally, it would urinate to publicly assert its sovereignty. A monstrous creature from the savage wilderness, it had already awakened its intelligence at birth. It was the 6th oldest in the family. I heard that old snake next door say that a human cultivator invaded its home, apparently wanting to steal its cubs. I also heard that the human even laid hands on its young wife. Earlier this year, humanity was getting more and more perverted. Old Tiger 6 felt uneasy. His tigress had given birth to several cubs yesterday. He checked around again, but found no abnormalities. But old Tiger 6 was getting increasingly anxious, scratching his head in frustration. I should go back and check. While my tigress is in confinement, I must diligently take care of her. Old Tiger 6 made up his mind and hurried towards his house. Confinement, he still listened to what humans said. It was good for a woman's health, he felt. He slipped through the bushes and quickly arrived in front of a cave. Looking around, he found no trace of humans, and Old Tiger 6 breathed a sigh of relief. Old Tiger 6 smirked and calmly and leisurely entered the cave. As soon as he entered, his smile vanished. "Damn it, you wild dog! What are you doing?" Old Tiger 6 could understand human speech, but couldn't speak, only cursing inwardly, letting out a fierce tiger roar. On a pile of dry grass, a female tiger lay there, knocked unconscious. Several tiger cubs were moved aside. At this moment, a human cultivator was secretly doing something indescribable near his wife. "Brother Tiger, trust me, I'm a professional in postpartum care. I've received relevant training." A masked young man, terrified, quickly explained. He noticed that Old Tiger 6 was very intelligent. Wasn't this guy supposed to be patrolling the territory? "How dare you plot against my wife? You're truly a beast. You won't even spare a pregnant woman who just gave birth to a tiger cub." Tiger Old 6 was furious, feeling as if a vast green grassland was rising above his head. His reputation had lasted a lifetime. How could he suffer such humiliation? Roar! Enraged, he charged forward, lashing out with a large sack. "Are you crazy? I'm doing this for your wife's good." "Nurse, I'm a professional." The masked young man, seeing Tiger Old 6 charging towards him in anger, also became enraged. He was equally angry and wronged. Did he really think I needed a nurse? The young man roared, angrily charging forward. Clang, bang. Without a word, a tiger and a man began to fight. Meanwhile, Old Zhang, who had just set off from the Taijuan Holy Land, was currently on his way on horseback. This incident. Around the bustling mountain range, performances were taking place. Many demonic beasts, feeling humiliated and enraged, began fighting with human cultivators. Of course, there were no fatalities. Many Taijuan disciples were in groups of several, and being Taijuan disciples, they were inherently very strong. There were also instances of harmonious interaction between demonic beasts and humans, with no incidents occurring. This was because some demonic beasts were in difficult births, and fortunately, humans with relevant knowledge rescued the mother and offspring. Time passed day by day. The time to the blood cave drew closer. In the Taijuan Holy Land, Yishaya was very happy these past few days because he had mastered both of his newly created cultivation techniques. Moreover, they were still progressing, showing signs of entering the transformation realm. Improving his comprehension wasn't of much use to him, but accelerating his cultivation was incredibly beneficial. He had recently begun progressing towards the 7th stage of awakening. It seems my prediction was correct. The more powerful a cultivation technique is, the more difficult it is to fully comprehend, let alone create one. Yishao lay on the rattan chair, placing down the ancient book in his hand. The ancient text was called the Great Heavenly Divination Technique, an incomplete version passed down from ancient times, possessing the ability to deduce and divine. It contained the laws of the Great Tao, directly pointing to the origin, extremely profound. With Yishaya's extraordinary comprehension, he only managed to get started in a few days. However, this was already incredibly extraordinary. The 7 ancestors took a full 100 years to even get started in this technique. To completely comprehend it, I need half a month, but to create a cultivation technique based on this technique, it will probably take a month. Yishao frowned and shook his head slightly. He understood that the more profound the cultivation technique, the longer it took to create. Not only with Great Heaven Evolution Technique, but he had also delved into and studied the Quasi-Emperor scriptures, which were even more profound. To create a cultivation technique of this level, it would take even longer. He had cultivated the Great Emperor Scripture Chaos Immortal Demon Technique based on the Great Tao Bell, and it had taken him 8 years in total. Otherwise, he wouldn't have activated the system. Let's take it one step at a time. Even if I create a saint level or quasi-emperor level cultivation technique, it's useless. My cultivation won't keep up. Yishaya wasn't discouraged. He was only 8 years old, and he had plenty of time. Elder Bai, could you please bring me a copy of the newspaper? No, the 8 trigrams book published by these two heavenly Tao alliances. Yi Xiao said calmly. I just bought it yesterday. Elder Bai leaned against a large tree and tossed him a book. Yi Xiao flipped through the pages. The headline read, Shocking. Disciples of the Taijuan Holy Land have recently been flocking to and from the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, repeatedly plotting against the mother beasts. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Is this twisted humanity, or is it a lack of morality? The Kunlun Saint Sun was following the news online. Yi Xiao was surprised. This gossip was really spot on. Since he released those 2 cultivation techniques, there had been continuous wailing from female beasts in the sacred beast garden at night. Eventually, a considerable riot broke out in the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, with many Taijuan disciples fighting each other to the death. The reason, of course, was the postpartum nursing tragedy. It's only been a few days, and it's already in the news. How come there isn't a single decent Saint Sun in this world? Yi Xiao muttered. The true Dragon Clan Saint Sun is a homosexual. The Heavenly Master Saint Sun likes to write sadistic works. The Harmonious Union Saintess is a mistress. And now the Kunlun Saint Sun has also come out, liking to be a gossip reporter. Yi Xiao shook his head and continued reading. He did find some useful information. For example, regarding the Blood Cave 8 trigrams, which includes information about the demonic Tao, the ancient races, and the righteous Tao alliance. There's a bit of information about a young prodigy. Time passed slowly for Yi Xiao as he read books, newspapers, and drank tea, occasionally going to the lecture platform to share his experiences. Time was leisurely and carefree. Elder Bai looked at the 8-year-old, who had already entered old age without decades of winding paths, and shook his head repeatedly. It seems the young man has completely given up on the path of cultivation. A mortal body, alas, living a peaceful life is also good. Elder Bai sighed. The night was quiet. Ding, you observed the illustrated version of the Gentle Sister-in-Law for 3 days, delved into research, and achieved great enlightenment, creating the Harmonious Love Demonic Technique. Harmonious Love Demonic Cultivation Technique, Earth-level beginner-grade cultivation method. Essential for travel and dual cultivation. Just add a small bottle of essential oil to your daily bedroom activities, and your cultivation speed will double during dual cultivation. Suitable for cultivators above the true elixir realm. Cultivation essential oil, highly stimulating, use with caution. The refining method is as follows. Yi Xiao, please give me some praise and small gifts to support me. Half a month had passed since Yi Xiao first created the cultivation technique. On this day, the sun shone brightly, the sky was clear, and the wind was gentle. But in the sacred land, many disciples were anxiously awaiting Zhongqi's arrival, both waiting and worrying. Every year, disciples who ventured into the Blood Cave would bring back some resources, but at the same time, several would also meet a tragic end. And tomorrow was the day to enter the Blood Cave. Ding, you observed the demon beast records for 5 days, and through these records, you understood the cultivation principles and created the defensive technique Indestructible Demonic Technique. Indestructible Demonic Technique, mid-level Earth rank, forged an indestructible body. Defense power reached its peak. Even a peak true core cultivator would find it difficult to break through. The cultivation difficulty is simple. Just being struck 10,000 times will lead to minor achievement. Being struck 100,000 times will lead to major achievement. Note, every inch of skin on the body needs to be struck evenly. Yi Xiao. He slowly closed the beast record in his hand, suddenly feeling that the level of depravity in this cultivation method was acceptable. The demonic Tao forces have a young prodigy from the Joyful Union sect who wants to enter the Blood Cave, and they're being sent out here. Yi Xiao thought. This kind of Joyful Union demonic cultivation method is most suitable for the Joyful Union sect. It's life-bound cultivation method. If he improved it, made a few loopholes, such as the day of completion, the explosion of the Descendants route, it could probably cause quite a few disasters for the Joyful Union sect disciples. And with his comprehension, after the improvements, as long as it's not an extremely terrifying guy who examines it, lower-level cultivators won't discover it. Even if they do discover it, it won't matter. Ding, the number of practitioners of concentrated demonic cultivation has reached 10,000. Reward, Ancient Savage Ox Kidney. The number of practitioners of beast-eating demonic cultivation has reached 1,000. Earth-grade treasure, ancient dragon cleaver, already placed in storage. Yishaya was slightly startled, his expression filled with ecstatic joy. After waiting so many days, the rewards had finally arrived. However, what the hell is that ancient cleaver? Could it be that it's paired with beast-eating demonic cultivation, making it even faster to devour? Yishaya took out a crescent-shaped jade piece of meat and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Ancient Savage Ox, the strongest race among the demon race, known for its strength, its entire body is covered in treasures and medicinal herbs. Moreover, this kidney in his hand is from a mature Savage Ox. Strengthening the physical body is much more effective than strengthening the heart of a young dragon. Yishaya swallowed it in one gulp, the jade-like flesh instantly dissolving and exploding within his body. Fortunately, he cultivated the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, and his digestive ability suddenly increased. Anyone else would have been overwhelmed and exploded. His body glowed, his skin, flesh, and bones constantly being compressed and regenerated, like a kind of purification. Awakening 7 stages. Awakening 8 stages. Awakening 9 stages. Yishaya felt his body expanding to its limit, as if he could no longer withstand this terrifying increase in power. His body density also reached an astonishing level. Although he was still 8 years old, his weight was terrifying, comparable to a small mountain. Fortunately, this awakening realm had no bottlenecks. It was purely an enhancement of strength and physical body, preparing him to absorb the heaven and earth's vital energy in the future. Otherwise, with his mortal body, being stuck in a minor realm would have directly caused him to explode. Bang! With a small bang, Yishaya's skin burst open, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Simultaneously, new blood and flesh grew, and his strength surged again. He broke through the 9-stage limit and entered the ultimate realm. Layers of skin and flesh peeled off, like the shedding of an egg, giving birth to a divine embryo. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yishaya's strength reached 850,000 pounds. Throughout history, the highest record was 580,000 pounds, a feat no one could surpass. Most people even doubted it was a legend, because many divine bodies currently have a limit of 430,000 pounds. Yishaya, it could be said, surpassed all Tao bodies and divine bodies, breaking the ancient record. He far surpassed contemporary geniuses. Of course, this was also due to his mortal body, lacking the shackles of limitations. From ancient myths to the present day, only Yishaya stands out as a precedent, using the Chaos Immortal Demon technique as a foundation to refine and forcibly absorb rare treasures. To advance further, I need better treasures, and even more so, various fundamental constitutions. I must go to the Blood Cave. Yishaya's resolve grew stronger. He lightly poked a porcelain vase on the table, easily creating a dent. This type of vase, refined by divine fire, possessed defensive power comparable to refined steel. Even a true profound realm cultivator couldn't shatter it with their bare hands. Hehe! I wonder if a true profound realm cultivator can withstand one of my hands. Yishaya's small mouth curved into a strange, cackling laugh. The little prodigies who entered the Blood Cave were all true profound realm cultivators. It's not that one has low talent, but rather that this realm is about laying the foundation for cultivation. The higher the talent, the more important it is. If, for those in the same true profound realm, the foundation is like cement, then a prodigy's foundation is like diamond. If the foundation is weak, even with the divine body, the achievements won't be high. The Blood Cave trap was precisely for laying the foundation, for the final tempering. Afterwards, Yishaya took out 2 volumes of Divine Techniques from the side table, Basic Fist Techniques, Demon Suppressing Fist, A, and D. Basic Movement Techniques, Soaring Dragon Steps. Both are basic, specialized techniques for awakening realms, which all Taijuan disciples know. In the eyes of Taijuan Holy Land disciples, basic divine techniques are too rubbish, not worth mentioning. But Yishaya's comprehension is extraordinary. He knows the profound mysteries contained in basic divine techniques. Basic divine techniques are the simplest of the great Tao, containing countless variations. Only a few can completely comprehend basic divine techniques. The fundamentals of martial arts, the foundation of my invincibility, are the beginning of my path to invincibility. Yishaya smirked, walked out of the small building, and slowly practiced his martial arts in the courtyard. He didn't use the power of his awakened realm, lest he destroy his own house. He only used the strength of an ordinary person. The demon-suppressing fist, with its grand and powerful movements, was fierce and domineering, advancing like a dragon, landing like a mountain. With his comprehension, what was initially clumsy, within a dozen breaths, he had cultivated the fundamentals to perfection. 2 minutes later, he had reached the pinnacle, achieving a state of transcendence. It was as if he had practiced this martial art for 100 years. Strike to open the way with one punch, lest 100 punches follow. Dragon Tiger Fist, righteous energy suppresses demons. Yi Zhouyao's small face tensed, serious, his fist techniques gradually breaking free from the original shackles of his martial arts, transcending them. Evolving into countless variations, he possessed a righteous and awe-inspiring aura, his power becoming increasingly astonishing. The foundation of demon-suppressing fist. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, this little fellow has achieved such mastery. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. Elder Bai sat upright on the stone bench reading a book, and upon witnessing this scene, his face contorted in shock. The fundamentals of martial arts, requiring no internal energy, could be cultivated by ordinary people and could even strengthen the body. This was the first time he had seen Yi Xiaoyao practice martial arts. He himself had spent a year just to reach the pinnacle of mastery. As for achieving a state of transcendence and awakening within the realm, not a single person in the entire Taijuan Holy Land could compare. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating, such abnormal comprehension. Elder Bai clicked his tongue, clearly feeling intimidated by an 8-year-old child. Suddenly, Yi Zhouya's fist movements changed, and a colossal figure faintly appeared behind him. Its power surged, even more terrifying than a Xuan-level divine ability. A miraculous display of martial arts, holy cow. Elder Bai trembled, suddenly standing up and staring intently at that small figure. To this day, no one has ever displayed this technique, stirring up the world's great forces and automatically condensing a miraculous martial art. It directly points to the fundamental essence of martial arts. Moreover, it's a mere mortal without any internal energy. This is even more extraordinary. Having reached the legendary miraculous realm, apart from the great Emperor Taijuan, no one has ever achieved this step, Elder Bai exclaimed in awe. Divine abilities are divided into 3 stages: form, intent, and spirit. Form has stages of minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and ultimate peak. Intent reaches a state of transcendence, rivaling the creator, not bound by form. Spirit transcends the creator, condensing a miraculous essence, becoming a self-contained entity. Even basic martial arts require time and effort to reach a state of transcendence, but condensing a miraculous essence is rare in the world. This is as difficult as creating a martial art. In a sense, this is a creative adaptation of a cultivation technique, a second creation based on an existing technique, one that is most suitable for oneself and uniquely one's own. Damn it, he's just a mortal. If he had a divine body, he could have been invincible. Elder Bai thought of Yi Zhouya's physique, resenting the injustice of the heavenly Tao. With such talent, his combat prowess would be terrifying from the start. With his extraordinary divine abilities, who could possibly defeat him? While Yi Xiaoyao was simultaneously unleashing the demon-suppressing fist, he also unleashed the soaring dragon steps. His movements became faster and faster, increasingly powerful, until finally both strength and flexibility coexisted, like a true dragon sailing the sea. Roar! In an instant, a true dragon seemed to appear behind him, as if roaring towards the sky, its power terrifying. He's also cultivated the soaring dragon steps to the divine realm, truly unbelievable. Elder Bai gasped. In 1 minute, 2 basic divine techniques had entered the divine realm. Others might not even be able to reach the realm of intent in their entire lives, let alone condense divine power. Sigh, damned heavens! Elder Bai slumped down dejectedly. The more extraordinary Yi Zhouya's performance was, the more he couldn't accept that the other party was a mortal. Comfortable. Yi Xiaoyao withdrew his hand, drenched in sweat, and casually grabbed a handkerchief to wipe it away. Compared to the quasi-emperor level, the difficulty of this basic martial art is too small. Yi Xiaoyao sighed from the bottom of his heart. If he wanted to, he could create several basic martial arts techniques right now. Elder Bai couldn't refute him, suddenly not wanting to respond to this kid. Purely infuriating. The next morning, it was time to go to the blood cave. Yi Xiaoyao excitedly woke up early, his short little legs stomping towards the main hall. There's something important happening in the main hall today. What are you going to do, little one? Elder Bai followed behind, extremely surprised. During this time, Yi Xiaoyao had been leisurely, not going out at all. Of course, I'm going into the blood cave to search for medicinal herbs to cultivate. Yi Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back, naturally. The blood cave was quite far from the Taijuan Holy Land. His short legs wouldn't be able to reach it in a short while. Elder Bai was stunned. He had almost forgotten about it if Yi Xiaoyao hadn't mentioned it. He hadn't paid any attention at the time. Little ancestor, don't cause any more trouble. The blood cave is a battlefield of carnage, not a place you can go. Besides, the entry requirement is 13 years old or younger. But how can there be an 8-year-old? Elder Bai, his head aching like a bucket, interrupted. It doesn't matter. I'm more awesome than them. Yi Xiaoyao shook his little hand, his steps unwavering. Along the way, many disciples saw him, stopping and respectfully calling him little ancestor. Now, at 8 years old, Yi Xiaoyao's reputation in the sacred land was immense. Many disciples who were stuck at the true profound realm suddenly saw their cultivation levels increase dramatically, directly approaching the true elixir realm. They relied entirely on Yi Xiaoyao's creation of the cultivation techniques. Healing elixirs and demonic beasts were in short supply. It could be said that Yi Xiaoyao alone was carrying the entire Taijuan Holy Land's GDP. Elder Bai followed closely behind Yi Xiaoyao, constantly urging him on. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the atmosphere was solemn. 10, 12, or 13-year-old boys, led by the Taijuan Holy Sun, stood with their arms crossed. This time, with Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation techniques, your strength has improved. I believe you can gain something in the blood cave, the Holy Lord said with a chuckle. Then his expression turned serious. However, the geniuses of the demonic Dao and the ancient races are not to be trifled with. Don't be careless. Especially the demonic son of the heavenly demon sect. He possesses the heavenly demon divine body, making him incredibly powerful. And there's also the holy son of the yin-yang sect, and the Asura sect who cultivates the Asura divine body. He had great confidence in the Taijuan Holy Sun, but in recent years, many prodigies have joined the demonic path. This has led to the Taijuan Holy Land having no successors, and the strength of this generation is far inferior. He really didn't have any firm confidence in this trip to the blood cave. If he couldn't risk his life, he had to save it. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. Don't worry, Holy Lord. I can cripple these guys with one hand. Little Diamond jumped out, his face full of arrogance. Seeing this, the Holy Lord became even more worried. This kid is strong, but also really reckless. Also, I instructed you before, if there's a chance, help Zio find some longevity elixirs. The Holy Lord paused, sighing. Yes, Taijuan Holy Sun replied. Just then, a small figure approached. No need, I'll go to the blood cave myself. Yi Xiaoyao quickly walked into the hall. The Holy Lord was stunned, and before he could speak, an old man with furrowed brows stood beside him and coldly shouted, Nonsense! Three-eyed true monarch, Sumaion's master. Xiaoyao, don't blindly get involved. The Holy Lord also frowned. You little brat, you still want to participate in the blood cave. Are you out of your teens? Little Diamond smirked, trying to make a playful cackle with his big gay fang. The other teenagers also smiled. A mere mortal, with less strength than a cat, going to the blood cave. Isn't that like lighting a lantern in a cesspool? Are you trying to die? Holy Lord! Elder Bai shrugged, his face filled with helplessness. His status was lower than Yi Xiaoyao's, and he couldn't forcefully stop him. I said when I rang the bell that we would enter the blood cave. Yi Xiaoyao said solemnly, his eyes firm. Without hunting down several Dao bodies and divine bodies, he wouldn't be able to successfully cultivate the Chaos Immortal Demon technique even in 8 lifetimes. Relying solely on the system's rewards, how long would he have to wait? The technique required too much fundamental physical strength. Don't mess around. This isn't something you can participate in. The Holy Lord rebuked. My strength is sufficient. My combat power is sufficient, Yishaya said concisely. He had awakened to the ninth stage, breaking through to the limit of the realm, a fact unknown to outsiders. Even his closest relative, Elder Bai, didn't care about this. They all knew that mortal bodies couldn't cultivate, and besides, his father hadn't given him any powerful medicine to strengthen his physical body. Because it was pointless. He was still searching outside for the longevity elixir. Full combat power, do you know how much power is needed to awaken a major realm? Let alone the true profound realm. Three-Eyed True Monarch's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He possessed extraordinary talent, yet ultimately hadn't embarked on cultivation, failing to understand the difference between mortals and cultivators, even if he was just a newly initiated cultivator. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. I know, Yisaya was very calm. Know what? Little Diamond pouted, and the Taijuan Saint Sun glared at him, causing Little Diamond to immediately droop. Little uncle, I know you want to cultivate, you want immortality, but your mortal body, it can't be changed, the Taijuan Saint Sun said sympathetically. However, with us here, no one can harm you. Yijaya's expression remained unchanged, still resolute. The Blood Cave, a once-in-a-100 years opportunity. He didn't want to miss it. All right, Myoen, you fight him. Make sure he doesn't die. Three-Eyed True Monarch waved his hand. Ah, I'm afraid I'll ruin the little group. Myoen's face flushed red, her little head shaking like a rattling drum. Three-Eyed True Monarch was speechless, feeling the same way. His little disciple was acting without restraint. Let Ji Pajin go. The Holy Lord rubbed his temples, sighing, if you can withstand 1 round under his hands, I'll let you go to the Blood Cave. 1 round, that's truly not underestimating Yi Ziyao. The difference between a mortal and a true profound realm expert is too great. With Ji Pachen's strength, 1 punch is enough to shatter a small mountain. It's simply not something any mortal can withstand. It's like a giant elephant versus an ant. Holy Sun, see, the Holy Lord wants me to go up, heh. Little Diamond immediately became excited, glancing at the Holy Sun with a smug smile. Then he walked towards Yi Ziyao with a strange grin. Because of Yi Ziyao, he had long been annoyed with him after being beaten by the Taijuan Holy Sun. Okay, Yi Ziyao glanced at him. Then, without any further ado, he directly charged forward. Come on, Little Bean. Little Diamond didn't care at all, grinning and extending a hand to press towards Yi Ziyao's head. He believed that as long as he held down his opponent's head, they absolutely couldn't hit him. After being respectfully called Little Team Leader all day, it was time to teach this little brat a lesson. Bang! The small fist seemed to possess the force of 10,000 soldiers. Little Diamond felt dizzy, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if he had been struck by a giant dragon. His body flew back 80 feet, slamming violently into a pillar. The entire hall trembled. Little Diamond's internal organs churned, the intense pain unbearable. He almost lost his appetite for last night's meal. He was somewhat dazed, his body involuntarily sliding down from the pillar. Is this all the ability you have? Yishaya, with his hands behind his back, looked at Little Diamond. You. Little Diamond approached Yishaya, stammering for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Didn't they say that mortals couldn't cultivate? How could this little brat have such strength? It could rival an ancient savage dragon. I don't believe it. If I lose to you, wouldn't I be utterly humiliated? Little Diamond, overwhelmed with shame and anger, erupted in fury. He didn't know what had happened to Yishaya, only that the latter was merely a mortal. Little Diamond, born with arrogance, couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Boom! The ground beneath his feet trembled, creating a deep pit. His figure radiated golden light, like a bodhisattva, and he raised his fist, aiming a punch at Yishaya's chest. Yishaya remained calm and composed, raising one hand. Bang! Yishaya caught Little Diamond's punch with one hand. Little Diamond's immense strength was enough to shatter a small mountain. The terrifying force transformed into ripples, sweeping across all directions, whipping up Yishaya's robes, making them flutter. Enduring the raging storm, his feet remained rooted to the spot, not moving at all. Impossible! Little Diamond's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock. He's a diamond-bodied being, and he's also bathed in powerful medicinal herbs and blood-preserving potions. yet now he can't even defeat an 8-year-old brat. Bang! Yi Xiao lightly snapped his fingers, grabbing Little Diamond's fist, then suddenly threw him over his shoulder, slamming him violently to the ground with a dull thud that shook the earth and mountains. With a th thud, he kicked Little Diamond 100 feet away, his strength immense. At this moment, the surroundings had long since fallen silent. Every gaze converged on Yi Xiao, filled with shock. Jipa Chun's strength is around 400,000 pounds, already reaching the limit of his power. Xiao being able to easily withstand his punch only proves his strength far surpasses Jipa Chun's. How is this possible? Didn't he consume powerful elixirs and use precious blood to temper his body? The Holy Lord and the three-eyed true monarch suddenly stood up, their expressions agitated, staring intently at Yi Xiao. Hiss! The Holy Lord's eyes shot out to beams of divine light as he carefully observed. The Holy Lord, who hadn't investigated carefully before, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. In his impression, little Xiao had always been weak, just a mortal. So when did his physical body become so powerful? What? The ultimate realm? The three-eyed true monarch was also astonished, his divine consciousness probing further. After a moment, his face was filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Even in ancient history, there were powerful beings who forcibly refined the physical body of mortals using powerful elixirs to aid their cultivation. But even so, they could only bring their physical constitution to the 9th stage, which is equivalent to 100,000 pounds. They absolutely could not break the limit and reach the ultimate realm. Even a great emperor once tried using divine medicine, but still failed. This further solidified the truth that mortals cannot cultivate, breaking the iron law that mortals cannot reach the ultimate realm. Ziyao, what are you doing? The Holy Lord asked in astonishment. This level of achievement far surpasses creating a single cultivation technique. Even a great emperor himself would likely be unable to remain calm. Nothing, I just cultivated a little because I had nothing to do. Yu Ziyao shrugged, absolutely refusing to say. Bang! The three-eyed true monarch seemed to have thought of something, his expression slightly agitated. He instantly appeared beside Yi Xiao, his large hand firmly gripping the latter's shoulder, examining him closely. After a moment, his eyes showed disappointment, and he sighed. It seems it's not a hidden constitution. We weren't wrong in our previous assessment. His mortal body is undeniably a mortal body. The Holy Lord's eyes widened. The diamond body is renowned for its strength, surpassing most divine bodies in this aspect. Therefore, he knew exactly what Yi Xiao's physical strength meant. Little brat, I will never forgive you. Little diamond body crawled up from the ground, utterly humiliated and enraged, roaring loudly. Humiliation! He, a dignified diamond body, possessed the most formidable strength, stronger than even that divine body. Now, to suffer such a loss at the hands of a mere mortal, how could he possibly accept it? At 12 years old, in the prime of his youth, without a word, he charged straight towards Yi Xiao. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and every movement of his hands and feet exuded astonishing power. Using true essence, you're insane. The Taijuan saint's son was both frightened and angry, roaring loudly. Using true essence, that level of power was completely different, capable of amplifying one's own strength several times. Not to mention that true essence itself possessed immense destructive power. Jipa Jun, do you want to kill our young master? The other young prodigies were also terrified, scrambling to stop him. Although they didn't know what was happening to Yi Xiao, they absolutely couldn't stop Jipa Jun from using true essence. Everyone retreat. Tam Nanchan Quan's eyes flashed, and he coldly shouted, turning his head to stare intently at Yi Xiao. You must do your best to stop it. Unleash your greatest strength. Rest assured, with me here, you will be fine. If you can withstand one attack from Fa Quan, I will let you enter the Blood Cave. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. The Holy Lord, upon meeting him, offered no resistance. He was also eager to know what level Yi Xiao's physical strength had reached. Surpassing Jipa Jun, could it be 500,000 pounds? That's quite terrifying. The Holy Lord was curious. This was already the limit he had imagined. Legend says the ultimate limit of the realm recorded throughout eternity was only 580,000 pounds. Jipa chance for 100,000 pounds was only achieved after entering the true profound realm, not to mention his previous strength, which was only 35 pounds. Resist, does subduing him count? Yishaya smirked. The three-eyed true monarch was speechless, not believing this young man could do it. A mere mortal entering the ultimate realm was already unimaginable. If he could even defeat Jipa Jun, who was displaying his true profound cultivation, that would be unbelievable. This truly shattered the world's worldview, enough to shake the heavens. Crack! Yishuya's small foot lightly stomped, causing the diamond-encrusted floor to collapse. His figure, like a soaring dragon, glided dozens of meters across, a punch aimed at Little Diamond's head. Little brat, today I'm not going to beat you up. Little Diamond roared, his fists like blades, clashing with Yishuya's fists. His true essence surged like a storm, sweeping through the great hall. Compared to before, Little Diamond's strength was more than double. However, Yishuya remained unmoved, his power erupting, forcing Little Diamond back with a single punch. Bang! His speed was incredibly fast. Before Little Diamond could react, a sidekick sent him flying 10 meters away, his true essence completely shattered. His figure moved relentlessly. Yishuya employed the soaring dragon step, like a dragon entering the sea, freely moving through this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Little Diamond was like a pile of sand. Every time he landed, he would be forcefully sent flying by Yishuya, either with punches or kicks, the force incredibly powerful. In midair, Little Diamond's ribs were broken in several places, completely humiliated. When he regained consciousness, he screamed in agony. Little leader, I was wrong, little leader. Fortunately, he possessed a diamond body, a powerful defensive ability. Otherwise, if he were in the true profound realm, he would have been blown to pieces long ago. Meanwhile, the Taijuan Saint Sun, Su Miaoyan, and Zhao Zicheng, the other young prodigies, were left gaping in astonishment. Although Jipo Jun was young, he always boasted arrogantly, and those who could subdue him could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Saint Sun, if you were in the awakening realm, could you defeat this group? A young prodigy looked fearfully at the Taijuan Saint Sun. In their generation, the Taijuan Saint Sun was the strongest, possessing the Tai Chi divine body, his attacks combining both strength and flexibility, leaving no room for error. In my ultimate realm, my maximum strength is 380,000 pounds. My junior uncle has far surpassed me. At the same level, I can't defeat him. The Taijuan Saint Sun smiled bitterly. Yishuya's strength was too exaggerated, exceeding 500,000 pounds. He was skilled at using flexibility to overcome strength, but the difference in strength was too great. He couldn't overcome it. Hiss, how many pounds of strength does the junior uncle actually possess? The young prodigies gasped in shock. The power was immense. They had no concept of it. The awakened Saint Sun, dominating the Taijuan Holy Land, was unparalleled among his generation. Even the Saint Sun felt inferior, so they truly understood the terrifying power of this young master. Bang! Yishuya kicked Little Diamond away, and touched by the world, not even breaking a sweat, incredibly relaxed. Can we enter the blood cave now? Yes. It took the three-eyed true monarch a long time to suppress the shock in his heart, and he looked at Yishuya strangely. He asked, how much strength have you reached now? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even the usually composed Saint Lord stared wide-eyed. Yishuya's strength was too abnormal. They had never heard of anyone who hadn't even begun cultivating and could achieve such monstrous strength. Not much, 850,000 pounds. Yishuya shrugged. The three-eyed true monarch's eyelids twitched, and the Saint Lord's lips felt dry. The remaining young prodigies all retreated, staring at Yishuya as if they were seeing a ghost. This is what he calls not much. How can that be? The highest recorded in legends is only a little over 500,000 pounds. They've both surpassed twice as fast. The Holy Lord was shaken, his mind reeling. It took him more than half a day to react. This news is unbelievable. It needs to be reported to the higher authorities, the Holy Master said with difficulty. This was beyond his comprehension, utterly illogical. Standing in a corner of the main hall, Elder Bai was already bewildered, his mind filled with question marks. He had watched Yishuya grow up. He had never cultivated before. He didn't know when this little fellow had become so terrifying. Absolutely terrifying, A mortal being able to reach the ultimate realm is already unbelievable enough, let alone achieving 850,000 pounds of strength. Three-eyed true monarch didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Happy because Yi Xiao had broken the ancient record, far surpassing it, and the news would shake the world. Being hailed as an ancient prodigy wouldn't be enough. Sad because Yi Xiao was just a mortal. If we say that spiritual bodies, king bodies, and other cultivation physics have bodies like porcelain vessels, capable of holding the heaven and earth's vital energy and transforming it into true energy for their own use, that mortal body, not even a porcelain vase, is incapable of absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Even if he consumes powerful elixirs and forcibly cultivates, he cannot refine and absorb it. The less energy he has, the more energy he loses. A moment later, a majestic figure slowly appeared, clad in a black robe, radiating an aura of power and a terrifying sense of oppression. The moment he appeared, the entire hall fell silent. The fourth ancestor of the Taijuan Holy Land, a Saint King. In the current great world, among the various holy lands and demonic paths, the most frequent travelers are saints. Saint Kings have yet to emerge from seclusion. Fourth ancestor. The Holy Lord and the three-eyed true monarch were startled, hastily bowing. In reverence, they were astonished. The fourth ancestor had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, except for the one time when Ziyao was born. The Holy Lord had only reported to the seventh ancestor, yet the fourth ancestor had already been alarmed. Ziyao, not bad at all. The fourth ancestor looked at Yi Ziyao, his majestic face melting like winter snow, his smile warm. But in his eyes, there was also a hint of shock. A mortal body, breaking the iron laws, reaching 850,000 pounds of strength. This would be unimaginable in any era. Therefore, he even abandoned his seclusion. What exactly happened to Ziyao? Three-eyed true monarch couldn't help but ask. This was truly shocking, completely incomprehensible. I'm not sure either. Let's observe for a while first. That Ziyao went to the blood cave. The fourth ancestor paused for a moment, his eyes profound. From today onwards, I am the Xiao guardian of the Dao. What? Upon hearing this, the entire audience was shocked, simply unable to believe it. A Saint King as a guardian of the Dao, this was extremely rare even in the entire Kingyuan realm. Not to mention a mortal body as a guardian of the Dao. What significance did that have? The Taijuan Saint Sun, Little Jingang, Jia Zikang, and others widened their eyes in admiration. My grandson has already broken the limit of the realm's iron laws. I want to see if fighting can break the iron law that mortal bodies cannot cultivate. The fourth ancestor's eyes shone with divine light, filled with unprecedented anticipation. How is this possible? Mortal bodies cannot contain true Qi, and fighting cannot create a foundation for the Dao. The Saint Lord was greatly shocked by these words. The inability of mortal bodies to cultivate was basically common knowledge. The Blood Cave expedition has unleashed his potential. Let's give it a try. If we don't try, I won't give up. The fourth ancestor sighed, his heart filled with unwillingness. What he least wanted to see was his grandson turning into dust 100 years from now. This is merely a pipe dream. The three-eyed true monarch frowned, suddenly sighing helplessly. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Seeing the fourth ancestor's persistence, he didn't dare say much. This trip to the Blood Cave, I will lead the team. You don't need to go. The fourth ancestor glanced at the three-eyed true monarch. Everyone's eyes widened. A Saint King leading the team, this was unprecedented. This doesn't conform to the rules. What if other forces? The Saint Lord hesitated. Rules, my rules are the rules. My grandson is going to the Blood Cave. Who dares touch him? The fourth ancestor snorted coldly, utterly domineering. The Blood Cave was extremely dangerous. If his grandson were to perish inside, he would regret it immensely. He needed to intimidate them, lest some blind fool dare to do anything. The Saint Lord smiled wryly, saying nothing more. This is a life-saving talisman. It can protect a trace of your soul from dissipating, allowing for resurrection and rebirth. The fourth ancestor was still uneasy, placing a jade talisman on Yi Xiaoya's forehead. This scene only intensified the envy and jealousy of the other young prodigies. A talisman that could be called a supreme divine talisman, was it not priceless? especially this kind of life-saving talisman. Except for the eldest son of a powerful demon or a prince of an ancient race, few were qualified to possess one. Thank you, fourth grandfather. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes lit up with joy. Go, I want to see what kind of trouble you can stir up in the blood cave. A mere mortal, if you can blow up those Tao bodies and divine bodies, I'll see who dares say mortals are inferior to dogs. The fourth ancestor laughed loudly, his great cultivation technique unleashed, and a storm of wind and thunder swept away all the young prodigies present, leaving the Taijuan Holy Land. The Holy Lord, the three-eyed true monarch, and elder by watched the fourth ancestor's retreating figure, exchanging glances. I'm also very much looking forward to it. Immortal, and only 8 years old at that. This is unprecedented. I wonder if it can give us a little surprise, the Holy Lord said with a smile. It'll probably shock everyone. A mortal competing with divine beings is unprecedented in history, Elder Bai said, stroking his beard and smiling. A colossal, blood-red mountain range stretched across the world, subtly emanating a pungent, blood-red scent that permeated the 8 deserts, forming a thin layer of blood mist that enveloped the entire mountain range. Outside the mountain range, a shimmering light enveloped it, with swirling Tao formations seemingly passed down from the primordial era. Ancient, desolate, and imbued with a heavy historical aura. At this moment, tens of thousands of people, from various forces and even members of the Tao Alliance, stood outside the mountain range, all filled with excitement, occasionally looking up at the sky. The once-in-a-century blood cave trial, a gathering of prodigies, was something they naturally couldn't miss. I am the Kunlun Saint Sun, the most handsome Saint Sun, one of a kind. Next, I will record the prodigies from the major forces, even those entering the blood cave, and report on their progress for everyone. A 12 or 13-year-old boy shook his hair at the commemorative stone, revealing a professional smile. Those around fell silent. The Kunlun Holy Land has an abundance of battlefield reporters, and another Holy Sun is like this too. A powerful elder shook his head. The Kunlun Holy Land was the first to arrive at the blood cave trial, while the other young prodigies kept their distance, pretending not to know them. Clearly, they disliked this guy for making a fool of himself. The people from Penglai Immortal Island have arrived. That's the Penglai Holy Sun, truly magnificent and extraordinary. A cry of surprise rang out. A small mountain-like figure, resembling a white crane, flew in, seemingly from the immortal realm. Standing on it were several people. The most eye-catching was the leading figure, a young man in green robes. Although only 12 or 13 years old, he had rosy lips and pearly white teeth, his body glowing, like a miniature immortal. It is rumored that this generation's Penglai Holy Sun possesses a space-time divine body, a born supreme being. Some were filled with awe and fear. Each time a space-time divine body matured, their combat power becoming incredibly terrifying, each giving rise to great emperors. The Heavenly Master Holy Land's innate Tao embryo, Ji Xianyan, has arrived, and the Divine Sword Holy Land's immortal sword body. A commotion erupted outside the mountain range. From another direction, a colossal sword reaching to the heavens swept across, with a dozen figures seated cross-legged upon it, each with a cold expression. Especially one young man, who seemed like the divine sword itself, unleashing sword energy with every blink, captivating the soul. Immortal sword body, origin realm. On the other side, a gigantic figure, hundreds of feet tall, strode forward, its footsteps shaking the earth and mountains. On the shoulder stood a dozen or so people, among whom a 12 or 13-year-old girl was the most eye-catching. Dressed in a white silk dress, her figure was petite and delicate, her complexion fair and refined, her eyes captivating, her nose exquisite, and her chubby cheeks adorable and endearing. Though not yet fully blossomed, she already possessed a certain captivating beauty. A kind of transcendent Tao energy flowed through her, making her extraordinary and otherworldly. This girl was the innate Tao embryo of the Heavenly Master Holy Land, born with a near-perfect Tao, a terrifying existence whose cultivation would encounter no bottlenecks. The demonic Taoists have also arrived, the Heavenly Demon Sect's Heavenly Demon Sun. Soon, a blood-red cloud swept across, and more than 20 figures descended from above, each possessing immense talent. A leading young man with a cold expression exuded an arrogant and domineering aura. Many were frightened and quickly moved aside. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the leader of the demonic path, is extremely powerful, and the heavenly demon son possesses the heavenly demon divine body, destined to become a terrifying demon emperor. Upon awakening his power, he even suppressed several true profound realm cultivators. The appearance of the heavenly demon sect immediately raised alarm and apprehension among the righteous path's holy lands. Currently, due to the scarcity of righteous path cultivation techniques and divine abilities, the number of prodigies joining is dwindling. In contrast, the demonic path boasts countless scriptures and countless prodigies, flourishing even more. And there's the Yin-Yang sect's Saint Sun and the Estera sect's Little Estera. Numerous forces were shocked, retreating further, keeping their distance from the demonic path cultivators. The demonic path is inherently brutal. Who knows if they might attack them? As the voice spoke, a pink mist slowly rose from the distance, revealing more than 10 young boys and girls. The boys were handsome, the girls beautiful. It was hard to believe these boys and girls were only 12 or 13 years old. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun had a handsome appearance and a gentle demeanor, but his eyebrows revealed an aura of evil that made people uncomfortable. At the same time, a blood Kylan, its feet treading on flames, shook the world and rapidly advanced. Several figures in blood-red robes descended from above, their bodies exuding a scent of fresh blood. Among them was a young man, the most ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, cruel and ruthless, filled with a heaven-shattering killing intent. It was hard to imagine how many people a 12 or 13-year-old boy with the Asura divine body, a little Asura, had killed. Why are there only the righteous and evil sides? Where are the ancient races? Damn, something big has happened on the ancient races side. The blood cave won't be coming this time. What matter is more important than the blood cave? Ancient secrets nobody knows. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Another blood cave trial is upon us. Follow Taoist Changzhe according to the old custom. How about another bet? Young Dingshan, the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect, laughed maniacally, his voice domineering. Let's bet on how many people from your great sacred lands will emerge this time. Over the years, both the righteous and demonic sides, and the ancient races, would bet on which force would have the most surviving disciples. The demonic path won more often than it lost. The righteous path suffered much more, often with only a third of its disciples surviving. This was partly because the demonic geniuses were incredibly powerful, and partly because the demonic cultivation techniques and divine abilities were far superior to those of the righteous path. With layered and exceptionally ruthless attack methods, most of the righteous geniuses died at the hands of those demonic geniuses. No bet. Changzhe Zhenren of the Heavenly Master Sacred Land snorted coldly, his face as dark as iron. Brother Yang, the righteous path's people definitely won't survive even a third of the battle. It's better not to underestimate him. How about a quarter? The Yin-Yang sect's heavenly desired demon king laughed heartily. A quarter? How much contempt does this show for the righteous path? Too arrogant. Many surrounding forces were seething with anger. They already had no fondness for the demonic path, and many of these forces were subordinate to the Holy Lands. Fine, I'll bet. I want the blood of the Ancient Supreme. True immortal Changzhe hesitated, exchanging glances with the other Holy Lands dazzling kings, gritting his teeth and making the decision. If he didn't agree, it would truly be a disgrace to the righteous path. The blood of the Ancient Supreme, as expected of an immortal lineage, this bet is simply outrageous. Many first-class forces were terrified. The blood of the Ancient Supreme is rumored to be the fresh blood of a supreme being who self-inflicted a single blow. If a divine body bathes in this blood, it can forge an immortal foundation. This might increase the chances of attaining the great Emperor Tao. Of course, it's useful for those at the true profound realm and true elixir realm, where the foundation of the great Tao is just beginning. Above the spirit realm, where the foundation is already formed, its effect isn't as great. The Penglai Saint Sun, the innate Tao embryo Jixianyan, the divine sword Saint Sun, and other prodigies all had their eyes shining brightly and their breathing quickening. This matter was too tempting for these young prodigies. Haha, good, then I want your righteous Tao creation divine liquid. Young Dingshan's expression changed, and he laughed maniacally. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The divine creation elixir, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, attracts everyone, whether they are young prodigies or Tao-slaying kings. This item increases the chances of breaking through to the saint realm. With the divine creation elixir, we also have a chance to become saints. The heavenly desired demon king and several other demon Dao kings all smiled. In terms of value, the divine creation elixir is inferior to the supreme blood, but they are confident that in this blood cave trial, their demon Dao will absolutely not lose. At this moment, a terrifying pressure erupted, like a living volcano, startling everyone present and making their hair stand on end. Even the strongest person here, Yang Dingtia, this half-saint, felt a chill run down his spine. This is the blood cave, controlled by both the righteous and demonic sides. May I ask which senior has graced us with their presence? As a demon Dao giant, Yang Dingtia was also cautious and dared not act recklessly. Yang Dingshan, that old devil Yang's son. A majestic figure strode from afar, each step seemingly traversing space, arriving in an instant. This tone, it's unusually arrogant. Who exactly is this important figure? Numerous forces were stunned, their gazes fixed on him. Leaving aside his strength, his seniority alone was unbelievably high. The imposing figure landed in front of the Righteous Path Alliance, accompanied by 10 young men. People from the Taijuan Holy Land, many recognized his attire. So it's Senior Blood God. Your coming here in person is breaking the rules. Yang Dingshan's face twitched. Several of the demonic path's powerful figures beside him had darkened faces, cursing inwardly. Blood God, the invincible Saint King from 3,000 years ago. The blood cave trial belonged to the younger generation. Why did this old monster also come to join the fun? This ancient formation dates back to a distant era, capable of withstanding several saints. But it can't stop a Saint King. My grandson wants to enter the blood cave, so naturally I want to come along. The fourth ancestor's voice was majestic and indifferent as he spoke. Grandson, Yi Xiaoyao, that kid who recently rang the 9th bell of the Great Dao. His comprehension is rare in all ages. The entire demonic Dao and the ancient races were shaken by this news. Even with such heaven-defying comprehension, he's still immortal. What's going on? How can a mortal enter the blood cave? And he's only 8 years old. Everyone was stunned, simultaneously looking towards the 4 ancestors beside a young boy. There were many talented young men here, but their ages were all similar. Only Yi Xiaoyao was the youngest, and it was immediately apparent that information related to him had been submitted to the demonic sect 8 years ago and discussed with leaders of various forces. After all, he was the son of the god of slaughter, the son of Nantia, and the grandson of the 7 ancestors of Taijuan. All sides paid close attention. The Yi family's bloodline was astonishing, each member possessing extraordinary talent and ruthless abilities. When Yi Xiaoyao was born, it shocked all sides. Even several saints of the demonic sect came out of seclusion to see what kind of prodigy the Yi family would produce. Many demonic sect giants speculated that this child must have a divine body. What surprised everyone was that Yi Xiaoyao's comprehension was incredible, yet he was immortal. Many people looked at Yi Xiaoyao with strange eyes. The result back then had truly shocked everyone. Like father, like son wasn't enough to describe it. The Taijuan Holy Land was disappointed, and Yi Xiaoyao's maternal clan, the Chu family, was also extremely disappointed. They were unwilling, but could only accept this cruel reality. With this result, the immortal forces of the demonic Dao breathed a sigh of relief, openly saying that the Yi family was in decline, gloating over their misfortune. Someone dared to lament. Until then, no one paid attention. No one would take a mere mortal seriously, ignoring him completely. It wasn't until recently, when Yi Xiaoyao rang the 9th bell, that he once again caught the attention of various factions. But that was all. A mortal destined to never embark on the path of cultivation, no matter how extraordinary his talent. What good would it do? 100 years from now, he would be nothing more than a handful of sand, insignificant like an ant. Senior Blood God, you're letting a mortal enter the blood cave. Aren't you afraid of perishing inside? Yang Dingshan couldn't understand. He even suspected that Yi Xiaoyao might be Blood God's grandson. What kind of feud? What kind of grudge? To send his grandson to his death? Senior, even if we juniors don't intervene, he probably won't be able to escape 10 steps before being bitten to death by poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Old Demon Tianyu carefully chose his words. If Yi Xiaoyao died inside, Blood God Ancestor, in his rage, would go completely insane and attack them. In this era where no quasi-emperors, no great saints, and no saint kings have emerged from seclusion, Blood God Ancestor is practically unstoppable. They might not be able to handle it. The fourth ancestor glanced at the heavenly demon sun, the yin-yang saint sun, and many other juniors, laughing loudly. 85,000 pounds of strength. He didn't think his grandson was weaker than these little demons. Young Ding Qiao was stunned, facing the heavenly desire old demon and several demon kings, looking at each other, not knowing what this blood god old ghost was up to. A mere mortal could defeat a demonic genius. Simply a joke to the world. Looking back through history, there has never been such a bizarre case. Since that's the case, then let him die inside, and don't blame us for it. Young Ding Tia smiled outwardly, but inwardly he wasn't amused. He didn't understand what the blood god ancestor was doing, and he didn't care. A mere mortal, a demonic genius would disdain to kill. He would most likely die at the hands of a demonic beast. Fourth ancestor, although he is immortal, if he really dies inside. True immortal Changzhe glanced at Yi Xiaoyao, his face full of a wry smile. It's all right, I trust my grandson. The fourth ancestor said calmly, without further ado. The reason he brought Yi Xiaoyao here was to let him obtain some fortune inside, stimulate his potential, and try to see if he could embark on the path of cultivation. Well, I guess so. True immortal Changzhe didn't understand, and seeing that persuasion was futile, he could only nod. Then his lips moved slightly, and he transmitted a message to Ji Xianyan. After entering the blood cave, whoever is capable of protecting Xiaoyao, he might become your future fiancé. 10. What? Future fiancé? This little brat? Ji Xianyan was stunned, looking at the 8-year-old Yi Xiaoyao, her peach blossom eyes wide with surprise. Before arriving, she had heard the elders of the Sacred Land mention a marriage alliance, and she had assumed it would be with some exceptionally talented individual, a saint-level figure. At the time, she was somewhat curious and hopeful. She never expected it to be a mere mortal who couldn't cultivate. And only 8 years old? She was utterly displeased. In this world, the strong prevail, and only strong individuals can form alliances through marriage. An innate Tao embryo and immortal. Even if she reluctantly accepted it, the other party could only live for a maximum of 100 years. Was she really going to remain a widow? A few days ago, the 5th and 6th ancestors of the Taizhuan sect came to the Sacred Land and proposed your marriage. Since they came in person, it was inconvenient to refuse. If you're unwilling, this blood cave trial is a perfect opportunity. Protect this young man a few times, and I believe the 5th and 6th ancestors won't say anything more. True immortal. Changzhe said via telepathic communication. And you want me to protect him? Fine. After saying that, I'll protect him, and then you won't let me have any more contact with anyone. Ji Xianyan pouted, unable to resist glaring at Yi Xiaoyao, her cat-like teeth grinding together. Yi Xiaoyao, however, had a bewildered expression on his small face. Is this stupid old hag crazy? Yi Xiaoyao rolled his eyes. As soon as he spoke, Ji Xianyan's face flushed with anger. This little brat dared to call her a stupid old hag. Meanwhile, the Dao-slaying kings of Penglai Immortal Island and the Divine Sword Holy Land also spoke up, instructing them to protect Yi Xiaoyao whenever possible. This wasn't just because they were allies, but also because of the 4 ancestors. This was a Saint King who wouldn't want to flatter him. The Penglai Saint Sun and the Divine Sword Saint Sun were unwilling, not wanting to be a burden, but they still nodded in agreement. He's definitely crazy. Immortal, even with powerful medicines and rare treasures of heaven and earth, can only slightly enhance their strength. It's utterly useless. Entering means certain death. Those young prodigies of the demonic path don't even need to lift a finger. Besides, he's only 8 years old, an age where he understands nothing. Many surrounding forces, upon hearing this, were speechless, shaking their heads and sighing. They didn't know why the legendary blood god would do such a thing. But whatever the reason, the result was simply certain death. Yi Xiaoyao, watching the scenes unfold before him, smiled without speaking. Then, looking at the unfriendly gazes of those demonic youngsters, his smile widened, appearing harmless. These were a group of kingly bodies, Tao bodies, and divine bodies. He'd struck gold. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Damn it, Little Diamond stood behind the four ancestors, watching the various forces' expressions of peaceful negotiation, then glancing at Yi Xiaoyao's smiling face, and couldn't help but tremble with fear. He was afraid of the little ancestor. His strength was too terrifying. He had almost crippled him earlier. Little Brad, this is my jade pendant. When we enter the blood cave, I will use this to find your location. Don't lose it. If you encounter a demonic cultivator, remember to avoid them. Ji Xianyan walked over, her beautiful face showing displeasure, and threw a green jade pendant to Yi Xiaoyao. A fragrant scent wafted through the air, and Yi Xiaoyao instinctively caught it. I don't need it. Yi Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, pretending to throw it away. If you dare throw it away, I'll hit you, Ji Xianyan frowned, feigning ferocity to scare Yi Xiaoyao. However, her small face had a chubby, childlike quality, which made her look rather adorable. All right, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes darted around, and he smiled, putting it away. This little loli was really interesting. Once they entered the blood cave, based on this thing's reverse positioning, he would definitely spank her bottom. So cute, one slap would make her cry for a long time, wouldn't it? HMPH, you're being sensible. Ji Xianyan thought Yi Xiaoyao was scared, waved her little fist, and revealed a smug smile, her cat-like teeth gleaming in the sunlight. The Saint Sun, Jia Zikang, and other Taijuan geniuses saw this and looked strange, shaking their heads. This innate Dao embryo hadn't stayed in the Taijuan Holy Land before. After staying there for a while, they would know that this little ancestor rarely suffered losses, and the cultivation methods she created were wicked and cruel. She wasn't just an 8-year-old. Her strength was even more formidable. Taijuan Saint Sun witnessed Yi Xiaoyao's devastating blow to the little diamond hammer, and he thought to himself that without using powerful divine abilities, it would be very difficult to defeat him. 80,000 pounds of force was simply too abnormal. And these young prodigies before him, whether from the righteous or demonic path, whoever underestimated them would suffer greatly. Shocking, an 8-year-old mortal was thrown into a man-eating blood cave. What secrets are hidden inside? Let's wait and see. In the corner, the Kunlun Saint Sun, having finished arranging the commemorative stone, excitedly recounted the events in Yi Xiaoyao's direction. He felt that this blood cave was very interesting. If the news spread, it would definitely shock everyone. Su Qing thought that after entering the blood cave, he should first find Yi Xiaoyao, capture images, and report it. On the side, the Kunlun Holy Land's Heavenly Yuan Saint Master had a dark expression, wanting to stomp this brat to death. The Holy Lord is brainless. How could he appoint such a childish Saint Sun? The Heavenly Yuan Saint Master was full of resentment. The previous Saint Sun also had this kind of behavior. Previously, he had used the commemorative stone to capture images and directly reveal the true Dragon Clan Saint Sun's homosexual activities. The commemorative stone image was reproduced countless times by Daoming, distributed throughout the world, and sold out instantly. The simple image exploded, leading to the true Dragon Clan's anger, and they pursued the Saint Sun to his doorstep. But at this moment, the formation covering the blood-red Taigu mountain range trembled, its light growing weaker and weaker. The formation has entered its weakening phase. Everyone attacked together. Young Dingshan shouted. The others were also greatly invigorated. Had the blood cave trial finally begun? You're too slow. I'm coming. The fourth ancestor, clad in a black robe, pressed his large hand into the void. Immediately, the heavens and earth trembled. The universe reversed, and the heaven and earth's vital energy within a radius of 10,000 miles was drained, condensing into a giant hand that fiercely slammed down on the light screen. Crack! Crack! The light screen, strong enough to withstand the attacks of several saints, showed cracks and shattered continuously. The meticulously crafted breath shattered, revealing a gaping hole. A wave of fresh blood surged out, filling the surroundings and causing nausea. The demonic king's faces trembled, and they instinctively withdrew their hands. Taoist Changzhe, don't forget our bet. Young Dingjia suddenly looked at true immortal Changzhe, laughing loudly. He had long coveted the divine creation elixir and absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. HMPH, of course I won't forget, true. Immortal Changzhe's face darkened. He glanced at the many young geniuses of the righteous path, his eyes filled with worrying, but quickly became resolute. Without refinement, one cannot become stronger. To become stronger, one must go through slaughter and trials. He instructed, "Go ahead, this blood-filled cavern contains various ancient relics, especially the demonic sex ruins. It contains various secret techniques and places of creation. Whether you can obtain them depends entirely on your own abilities." The other holy lands also reminded them in turn. Go! The time-space divine body of Penglai Immortal Island was the first to emerge. He moved with astonishing speed, striding into the blood cavern. Behind him, many Penglai Immortal Island geniuses followed, their expressions excited. "Kid, remember not to run around recklessly?" Ji Xianyan glared at Yi Xiao, then stomped her feet and walked into the blood cavern. The geniuses of the Heavenly Master Holy Land and the Divine Sword Holy Land also came out. "Inside, you can be unrestrained. If you encounter any of these righteous brats, kill them directly." Yang Dingshan smirked, revealing a cruel smile. The demonic son, with a cold and ruthless expression, lightly stroked his chin and led a group of demonic sect disciples into the blood cave, along with disciples from several other major sects. Just as the Yin-Yang Saint Sun was about to leave, the voice of the heavenly desire demon king reached his ears. "That innate Tao embryo, Ji Xianyan, snatch her away for me. With such a physique, if you can make her your dual cultivation partner, it would be a great fortune." The Yin-Yang Saint Sun's eyes flashed with evil light, his heart pounding. An innate Tao embryo as a Tao partner. This fortune was extraordinary. It could even increase his chances of becoming a great emperor. Good, but there are rumors that she has an engagement with that mortal. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun was somewhat excited, but quickly recovered, frowning. There are no walls that wind can't penetrate, and even in the righteous sects, they have their spies. That brat, if he were in the Taijuan Holy Land, he wouldn't die. But entering the blood cave, he's just a mortal. How many hours can he possibly survive? This damned engagement is pointless. There's no need to worrying about the blood god all ghost going berserk. Yang Dingxia has already sent word to invite the demon ancestor. The heavenly desired demon king sneered, secretly transmitting his message. With a saint king personally arriving, how could the demonic sect remain unprepared? If the blood god all ghost were to erupt in rage and kill them all, including the next generation of pillars like the heavenly demon sun, then the demonic sect would truly be suffering from anemia. I'm determined to capture Ji Xianyan. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun licked his lips, chuckling. Ziyao, remember, be careful in everything. Don't be careless unless absolutely necessary. If you really can't defeat them, then run. The fourth ancestor instructed Yi Ziyao, his expression solemn. He immediately gave the Taijuan Saint Sun and Little Diamond some jade stones. With these jade stones, you will all know each other's positions. Don't underestimate them, understand? Yes, Taijuan Saint Sun acknowledged the order. Rest assured, fourth grandfather. Yi Ziyao waved his small hand, took a few steps, and entered the blood cave. The moment he entered, a slight smile curved his lips, revealing a terrifying grin. "Little demons of the demonic path, I'm coming." After all the young geniuses entered, the formation's light screen slowly repaired and closed. The last young figure to enter was the Kunlun Little Saint Sun from Cheng. His expression was one of excitement as he clutched a large number of commemorative stone tablets in his hand. I must record this trip to Yi Zhangyao's blood cave. Of course, for his record-keeping to proceed smoothly, he needed to find Yi Xiao as soon as possible and protect him. He didn't want him to be dead by the time he found him. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. A powerful elder sighed, involuntarily looking at the junior he had brought with him, feeling helpless. Compared to those immortal Tao lineage geniuses, his own junior was like dust. It must be the heavenly demon son. This person possesses the heavenly demon physique, the most terrifying figure in combat. It's hard to say. It could be the little Asura of the Asura sect. That kid is incredibly ruthless. He once fought his way out of a crowd, killing over 1,000 people. That's how he activated the Asura divine body. If you ask me, it must be the heavenly master Holy Land's innate Tao embryo, naturally gifted, with unparalleled cultivation. If it weren't for her diligent foundation building, she would probably have become a grand master of the spirit realm by now. The most terrifying is the space-time divine body of Penglai Immortal Island, isn't it? Although he hasn't opened the spacetime origin and possesses a trace of spacetime power, his understanding of space and time divine abilities is extraordinary, and his speed and destructive power are astonishing. As all the young prodigies entered the Blood Cave, the surrounding major forces began to discuss and speculate. And obviously, the demonic Death's heavenly demon Sun and little Asura were the most talked about. It wasn't because of the difference in divine bodies. In fact, at this level of divine body, except for the top 10, the rankings below are very vague, making it difficult to truly judge who is stronger. The reason for the high praise is that the demonic Tao has no shortage of divine body techniques and abilities, possessing an innate advantage in this area, with layered attack methods and increasingly ruthless personalities. In contrast, the righteous Tao not only has rare divine body techniques, but also lacks the versatility and variety of divine abilities compared to the demonic Tao. This is also the main reason why the righteous path has lost more often than it wins. As for Yi Xiao, everyone didn't consider him a mere mortal, not even as good as the disciples of those smaller forces around him. He simply couldn't embark on the path of cultivation. His fate would inevitably be tragic. However, everyone only dared to say these words in their hearts. With the great Buddha, the four ancestors of Taijuan, present, who would dare interfere with Yi Xiao? Meanwhile, the Righteous Path Alliance's expressions were furrowed, showing a hint of worrying. The demonic forces, on the other hand, had it much easier. This time, without any unexpected events, they would be the ultimate victors. Blood-red mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. A vast expanse of green, towering ancient trees permeated the air, permeated with an ancient, decaying atmosphere. In the bushes, a vibrant green praying mantis lay prostrate, its small eyes fixed on the approaching insects. It was incredibly patient. As the insects drew closer, a single fatal blow would be enough to satisfy its hunger. Soon, the insects approached, and the praying mantis moved. Bang! A shoe landed, crushing the mantis into a pulp. Where the hell is this place? Yi Xiao looked around, his mind filled with question marks. Entering the blood cave was a random teleportation. The Taijuan Saint Sun had given him a map, all drawn by predecessors. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any landmark structures, making identification difficult. It should be outside, but the outside is equally dangerous. We should be careful. Yi Xiao stood beside a dark-skinned, unremarkable young man. This person was named Wang Li, a Taijuan disciple, who coincidentally arrived at the same place as Yi Xiao. Wang Li, do you have a black-hearted master? Yi Xiao suddenly asked. He had a slight impression of Wang Li, a steady and decisive cultivator, the Taijuan Dog King, prone to raising his eyebrows and retreating behind the group of supreme beings when indecisive. How did you know, little ancestor, before? I had a master who was black-hearted and wanted to kill me, but failed and was killed by me instead. Wang Li's eyes flashed with surprise. Yi Xiao chuckled, smacking his lips. He hadn't run away. This kid was a chosen one, the typical protagonist who, every time he entered a dungeon, everyone else died except him. Haha, meeting you is truly my good fortune. Yi Xiao didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The good news was, with this guy around, they were sure to encounter great fortune. The bad news was going into a dungeon with this guy meant the chances of survival weren't high. You're too kind. Being with you is my good fortune. Wang Li said sincerely, acknowledging that the team's strength was far superior to his own. The two walked and talked. Wang Li was extremely cautious, wishing he could take one step forward and 3 steps back, just 2. Show Yi Xiao his skill. The steadfast self-cultivation technique had indeed reached its peak. He suspected that even with his own dragon step speed, he might not be able to catch up to this guy if he tried to escape. There's a blood pool here, Wang Li exclaimed in surprise. As the two walked along, a vast, bright expanse opened before them. A huge pool of blood, about 10 meters in diameter, bubbled and steamed, emitting an intensely pungent smell of fresh blood. The energy within the pool was even more astonishing, radiating a brilliant glow. Little ancestor, we're so lucky. We just arrived and immediately encountered such a great fortune. This must be a blood pool created by some powerful demon as a successor. At least dozens of ancient demon beasts' blood essences are gathered within it. Wang Li exclaimed, his mouth watering. If we were to soak in it, our foundation would be as solid as Mount Tai. This blood pool is truly a great place to temper our foundations. Yi Xiaoyao was also surprised and couldn't help but glance at Wang Li. Indeed, chosen ones entering a dungeon always encounter great fortune. It's completely illogical. This top-tier blood pool is extremely rare in the outer regions. Then, upon seeing Wang Li's ecstatic expression, Yi Xiaoyao instinctively recoiled. Almost instinctively, he tried to retreat. Behind Yi Xiaoyao. Damn, was that clown really me? Yi Xiaoyao glared at Wang Li. The latter reacted, looking embarrassed. Little teammate, I'll go ahead and find a way out. Wang Li cleared his throat and cautiously moved forward. He spent a full half-hour exploring the small blood pool. He even caught several wild rabbits and threw them into the pool to see if they could be poisoned, only breathing a sigh of relief when the rabbits happily swam around in the pool without any abnormalities. This cautious behavior was simply paranoid. Wang Li asked Yi Xiaoyao for his opinion. Yi Xiaoyao didn't move, his face expressionless. Hey, you two, get out of here quickly. This blood pool is highly valued by my Asura sect. A deafening roar erupted, and immediately two figures strode forward, their blood-red robes extremely eye-catching, their eyes filled with greed as they gazed at the blood pool. They were the demonic sect's young prodigies. Indeed, with Wang Li by my side, villains are everywhere. Yi Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He didn't know where these two had come from. Wang Li said with a serious expression, I've seen those two in the information data given to me by the Holy Lord. One is a blood demon king, blood demon son, and the other is a true fire king, true fire son. Both are at the peak of true profound, extremely powerful. A royal status. Yi Xiaoyao showed disappointment. It was just a king's body, not even enough to fill a gap between his teeth. However, a little was better than nothing. With the two of us working together, the probability of defeating two people is only 90%. This success rate is too low. To be cautious, we should temporarily avoid the confrontation and plan for later. Wang Li, who deeply understood the true meaning of the dog's path, said. Yi Xiaoyao glanced at him. No wonder you're the Taijuan Dog King. Even with a 90% chance of winning, you're still planning to run away. What are you muttering about? Are you planning to betray us? Blood Demon shouted, his sharp eyes fixed on Wang Li. As for Yi Xiaoyao, he didn't even look at him. A mortal body. Nothing. Damn, big brother, why waste words on him? Just kill him. True Fire Master directly drew his sword. There, murderous aura of these two made Yi Xiaoyao feel uneasy. There have always been treacherous people who want to harm me, and I've seen the feeling. This is a two-way street, clearly a case of being forced into a delusional state, and it's the final act. Hey, big brother, I really dislike that dark-faced guy. Kill him. Bang! The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. The two men stopped their idle chatter and immediately attacked, like two arrows, rushing towards Wang Li. Linky saber technique. Wang Li exclaimed in shock, flipping his hand to grip a long saber, directly meeting the attack with a burst of true essence. Swish! Hundreds of saber chip clashed with the two men. Immediately, screams of agony rang out. Their bodies felt as if they were being torn apart by 1,000 blades, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The pain was excruciating. When did the Taijuan Holy Land have such a saber technique? Blood Demon's son was both shocked and terrified, a chill running down his spine. He was familiar with the famous divine techniques of the Great Holy Lands, and there was absolutely no such saber technique. Not only was it incredibly sharp and powerful, but the pain inflicted upon the body was also unimaginable. It was unbearable. My ancestor created this divine technique. Isn't it amazing? Wang Li chuckled smugly. His cultivation talent wasn't weak, but his comprehension wasn't great. He learned nothing and didn't have much of what he ate. The fact that the young master created a divine technique was simply a blessing in disguise. Young master, Yi Xiaoyao, this ordinary mortal. Blood Demon's eyes almost popped out. A mere mortal, a piece of trash who struggled to cultivate, yet he could create such a powerful divine technique. Before this, the two of them had never taken Yi Xiaoyao seriously. This kid's comprehension is truly extraordinary. He can actually create a divine technique. But he's just a weakling with fighting power, not even as strong as air. Since we can't kill him, let's just beat him into an idiot, damn it, create a divine technique. True Fire's eyes were cruel. His intuition told him this wasn't good news for the demonic Tao. Boom! Just then, a loud bang resounded. Then the two men witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives, their eyes widening in disbelief. They saw an 8-year-old child raising his small arm and lifting a mountain, charging towards them. The mountain peak wasn't huge, but that was relative. 8-year-old Yishao carrying a small mountain was like an ant carrying an elephant. The stark contrast was almost suffocating. Is this really 8 years old? Blood Demon's scalp tingled. If that had hit him, wouldn't he have been crushed into a pulp? True Fire was utterly terrified, his mouth wide open enough to swallow a duck egg. He couldn't believe it. He simply couldn't believe it. This scene before him had defied all logic. 800,000 pounds? What kind of concept was that? When they first entered the ultimate realm, they only managed 100,000 pounds 4 times that. Even divine bodies weren't this exaggerated. Wrong, they're all wrong. All the elders in the sect are mistaken. This guy has broken the iron rules. He's absolutely a great demon. Blood Demon's son was even more terrified than seeing a young great emperor, and without further ado, he turned and ran. True Fire's son ran even faster than him, his blood boiling, frantically fleeing into the distance. This little group, I'm a little scared. Wang Li was astonished as Old Iron. This scene was even more shocking than the little group's victory over Little Diamond. Damn, the chosen son of heaven is stirring up hatred and breaking through the mortal world, directly attacking, and now you want me to run. I'm just a mortal. Yishaya rolled his eyes. According to the usual pattern, these two shouldn't be laughing strangely and charging forward to trample him just because he's a mortal, a worthless person, but they running away. Am I some kind of villain? Boom! The small mountain swept across, unleashing a massive phantom of shadows, hurtling towards the two demonic youths. Join forces to stop it. Blood Demon's son and True Fire's son knew they couldn't avoid it, gritting their teeth and unleashing their full power. Their true essence surged, blood light emanated, and they each unleashed their divine abilities. A blood-red handprint lifted the sky, and a fiery bird erupted, emitting a piercing cry, blocking the small mountain. It must be said that these two were indeed worthy of being chosen as the prodigies of a major demonic sect. With their combined efforts, they managed to shatter and disintegrate the mountain peak. However, they couldn't withstand it, suppressed by this extreme power, and coughed up blood. Good, very good. The stronger you are, the more excited I am. It shows that your king's body is also very strong. Yishaya laughed heartily, as if looking at two great medicinal herbs, and strode towards the two demonic youths. How can an 8-year-old child be so evil, even more like a demon than us? Blood Demon, intimidated by Yishaya's excited gaze, suppressed his surging blood and shouted, "Little brat! Don't underestimate us. We're so enraged, even we ourselves are afraid." The power of this little brat was too astonishing. They weren't absolutely certain of victory. As members of the Asura sect, surviving to 12 years old relied on more than just brute strength. Overestimating us, do demons even say such things? Yishaya sneered, unleashing the dragon steps. His figure resembled a giant dragon arriving in an instant, his fist suddenly striking towards Blood Demon's head. His attack was decisive and ruthless, nothing like an 8-year-old child. If it weren't for the Saint King outside, do you really think I couldn't do anything to you? Blood Demon's son was also enraged. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he spat out a stream of blood, which condensed into a bizarre blood talisman imprinted on his body. In an instant, his aura surged, and his combat power doubled. He formed a hand seal, and a blood-colored light seal collided with Yishaya's fist. Crack! He felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His arm was instantly broken, and he let out a scream as his body rolled away. Yishaya's strength was too great, even they, in the true profound realm, couldn't withstand it. Blood Demon's son was terrified. He had underestimated the terrifying power of over 800,000 pounds. Crack! Yishaya didn't give him a chance to react. His figure was like lightning, instantly rushing forward, his small hand pressing down on his head and twisting it 180 degrees. He died instantly. His attack was extremely decisive and swift. Dead? Zenhuozi was so terrified he almost wet his pants. Fear filled his body and mind. A fellow disciple, a prodigy with the Blood Demon King physique, had his neck broken by a mere mortal. If this were to spread, it would surely shake the entire world. A mortal killing a king. Unprecedented. Seeing Yi Ziyao rapidly approaching him, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. You can't kill me if I die. The supreme elders of the Asura sect outside will definitely know, and you won't be able to take a single step in the Blood Cave. Even if you are the grandson of the Blood God ancestor, little Asura won't let you off. I can help you conceal his death because spare me. Zenhuozi kept kowtowing, crying out in terror. He realized that even though Yi Xiaoyao was stronger, he was no match for the little Asura. Yi Xiaoyao's head tilted slightly. He suddenly remembered that Zenhuozi seemed to have a similar item that could locate fellow disciples and could even tell their life and death. While he was thinking, a hint of viciousness and excitement flashed in Zenhuozi's originally fearful eyes. Go to hell! He suddenly erupted, a sharp dagger flashing with cold light, slashing towards Yi Xiaoyao's neck. Decisive, ruthless, and insane. At just 12 years old, Zenhuozi perfectly demonstrated what the demonic path was. Zenhuozi, as if already seeing Yi Xiaoyao's demise, a look of triumph appeared in his eyes. He had mastered this technique since he was 10 years old, killing countless competitors. This little fellow was only 8 years old. He was easily fooled. Little one, be careful. From afar, the extremely cautious Wang Li was terrified and rushed forward. He hadn't made a move yet, precisely to be on the safe side. Too late, ha ha ha. Zenhuozi's dagger was within arm's reach, laughing wildly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Yi Xiaoyao was also startled by this sudden attack. Bang! A heavy, door-like greatsword slammed down, directly crushing Zenhuozi into a pulp, even sending his dagger flying. You really scared me to death. Yi Xiaoyao, still holding the greatsword, patted his chest. He then poked the now-crushed Zenhuozi with a branch. He was completely chilled to the bone. Wang Li's footsteps stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. You were scared, yet you ended up killing Zenhuozi. Who scared whom? And Wang Li glanced at the door-like treasure, his face twitching. Is this a cleaver? You turn away. Yi Xiaoyao glared at Wang Li. Wang Li didn't understand, but he obediently moved aside. He was also scared. His little group was only 8 years old, and this was too brutal. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyao activated the Chaos Immortal Demon technique, and with a flick of his hand, he extracted a faint mist of fire from the true fire demon's meatball, instantly condensing it into a small fire figure. The true Fire King's essence, even more intense and dense than the Glazed King's body or the system rewarded him with. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. He was overjoyed and hastily put them into his storage bag. Then he took out the Blood Demon King's body and a small blood demon, and put them in as well. Yi Xiaoyao believed that with these two body essences, when he entered the true profound realm, the true Cheyenne true essence he formed would definitely be stronger than with other king bodies. Moreover, breaking through bottlenecks would be much easier. His mortal body had unlimited potential, but the obstacles were also greater than with other body essences. After everything is finished, I'll absorb them together with the other body essences. Yi Xiaoyao restrained his impulse to absorb. Currently, being inside the blood cave was not the right time to devour body essences. Then, he found two jade trays, on which more than 10 faint points of light flickered. These should be the positions of the Asura disciples. Yi Xiaoyao was startled, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. Good, let's go soak in the blood pool. Yi Xiaoyao said casually, then leapt into the blood pool. Wang Li responded with a nod, also excitedly jumping into the blood pool. He was a wood spirit king body, and in this great world, he could only be considered a prodigy, definitely not a monster. He needed the blood pool to temper his foundation. Absorb it quickly. Wang Li excitedly circulated his cultivation technique, rapidly absorbing the immense energy in the blood pool. However, as soon as he circulated it, he immediately felt something was wrong. The vast energy of the blood pool seemed to be being forcibly stolen, rushing frantically towards the other side. Didn't they say that mortal bodies can't cultivate cultivation techniques? What's going on? Wang Li stared in disbelief as energy surged into the little ancestor's body, utterly shaken. Not only had the mortal body broken through the limits of the realm, but now its absorption speed was more than 10 times faster than his own. How could this be? This little ancestor is too extraordinary. Could it really break the eternal iron laws and embark on the path of cultivation? Wang Li could hardly believe it. He didn't dare imagine what kind of state a mortal would be in upon entering the path of cultivation. However, judging from the current situation, the level of a mortal body breaking the iron laws seemed even more terrifying than that of a divine body. Now, why do I feel like now is the time for me to reap great rewards? Wang Li doubted his own existence. He had a feeling that the biggest share of the blood pool's harvest should have been his. From the depths of his being, it felt as if something belonging to him had been stolen. Outside the blood cave, with a crackling sound, the supreme elder of the Asura sect, Rakshasa King, raised his eyebrows and took out 2 jade slips. The jade slips were already shattered. Blood Demon Sun and True Fire Sun are dead. How could it be so fast? Rakshasa King couldn't believe it. The young men had only just entered, and 2 were already dead. Previously, several young prodigies from the demonic sect had died. But how could it be so quick? Which idiot killed them? When you come out, I'll kill you with my hammer. Rakshasa King's face was filled with murderous intent. The remaining demonic sect members also noticed the anomaly, their expressions not very pleasant. A disastrous start. Haha, 2 dead, how wonderful. Immortal Changzhe laughed, his anger almost unbearable. It must have been my righteous alliance's Saint Sun who killed them. That's right, my mood suddenly brightened. I even want to sing a song. The Supreme Elder of Penglai Immortal Island, sneering under the moonlight, said, HMPH, it's only the beginning. This time, not even a quarter of you righteous cultivators will survive. Young Dingshin snorted coldly. Meanwhile, inside the blood cave, little Asura, traversing the forest, with a bang crushed a true profound realm demon beast with a single hand. Without even glancing back, he swiftly moved deeper. His head was covered in blood, his face pale yet cold, his entire being radiating killing intent, causing the surrounding demon beasts to tremble. The Asura Saint Sun is truly getting stronger and stronger. This time, he will definitely sweep across the righteous path. He will rival the heavenly demon sun. Behind him, several Asura sect disciples who had just gathered were flattering him, extremely excited. With the Asura Saint Sun present, their gains after entering the next round would be immense. Suddenly, little Asura's gaze froze, and he produced a jade tray, on which 2 faint beams of light shone. The other disciples seemed to sense something, and one by one they produced jade trays, their expressions instantly turning grim. How long has it been? Who killed them? One disciple fumed, his face ferocious. Clearly, he had an unusual relationship with Blood Demon Sun and True Fire Sun. According to common sense, in the outer regions, with the strength of the demonic Tao disciples, few demonic beasts could kill someone so quickly. First, encircle them, climb Blood Mountain. No matter who it is, they should be on Blood Mountain. Little Asura was calm, his eyes bloodshot, captivating the soul. Blood Mountain was the Blood Abyss Sex Ruins, a super powerful force that once produced quasi-emperors. Besides that place, the other ruins, he might find the ancient cave and its tributaries distasteful. Having gone through so many trials, he had explored more than half of the Blood Abyss Sex Ruins, with only the final Demon Abyss Tower remaining unbroken. The Demon Abyss Tower, this tower alone, was a great saint weapon. A treasure that even saint kings would covet. As for the deaths of his 2 disciples, he didn't care who did it. To him, whoever it was, he would simply kill them. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the blood pool, Wang Li was completely numb, sweat dripping from his forehead, desperately circulating his cultivation technique to absorb the blood pool's energy. He discovered that his small group's devouring power was becoming increasingly ferocious. Like a bottomless pit, it absorbed 90% of the blood pool's energy. He struggled for half a day, only able to drink the leftovers of Yijaya's food and wine. A mortal body, even a divine body, wouldn't be so overbearing. Wang Li cried, tears welling up in his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the blood pool, the energy was almost completely absorbed. Blood-staining demonic technique, a top-tier profound grade secret technique, simple to cultivate. By sacrificing 90% of your own blood, you can unleash your potential and increase your combat power by 60%. Yi Xiaoyao opened his eyes, deep in thought, and then the system's notification sounded in his ear. He was slightly startled, his gaze strange. Sacrificing 90% of his blood, this was a typical act of reckless probing in front of the King of Hell. A single mistake could lead to death. It couldn't be described as merely depraved. It was simply insane. However, the increase in combat power was also incredibly terrifying, 60%. In the demonic path, there wasn't a single secret technique that could compare. At most, it was only 4 or 5 tenths. If a saintly disciple were to be activated, wouldn't it be a chaotic massacre? That's good. Let's go to Blood Mountain and teach those guys in the sacred land, so we don't get killed by others. Yi Xiaoyao stroked his chin. He wasn't afraid of anyone, but he couldn't protect the sect if he couldn't handle it. It seems that not only can one create cultivation techniques by looking at ancient texts, but even being in a place of creation can lead to the creation of techniques. This is also a viable path. Yi Xiaoyao's heart pounded. If he went to the Blood Mountain ruins to explore and examine the ancient texts, he could return to the sect and produce a series of divine techniques. At that time, the overall strength of the disciples would increase, and his rewards would increase many times over. He pondered for a moment, then looked forward to it. Yi Xiaoyao suppressed his thoughts. He once again sensed his own state. Not bad, 90,000 pounds. Yi Xiaoyao assessed it, extremely satisfied. Awakening the ultimate realm within one's domain, the higher one goes, the more difficult the increase becomes. Being able to increase it by 50,000 pounds is already enough to prove this blood pool is extraordinary. The next 90,000 pounds will be even more difficult to increase. Even the countless great medicines of the Taijuan Holy Land will find it hard to accelerate his progress. Wang Li, why do you look so pale? Yi Xiaoyao looked at Wang Li, surprised. Nothing. Wang Li forced a smile that was uglier than a cry, muttering to himself. Why do I look pale? Don't you have any idea? Let's go. I think those guys from the Asura sect have all gone to the inner circle, and other forces will probably come too. Yi Xiaoyao stared intently at Wang Li, extremely expectant. Whether he could reach the ceiling of the ultimate realm depended entirely on Wang Li. This guy, even in the outer circle, could encounter such a great opportunity as the blood pool. If he went to the inner circle, the opportunity would probably be even greater. Now, Yi Xiaoyao had completely treated Wang Li as a treasure-hunting mouse. Okay. Wang Li trembled slightly under the intense gaze, reluctantly regaining his composure. He felt he still had a great chance to find the treasure. Swoosh! Yi Xiaoyao unleashed the soaring dragon step, traversing through the forest, crossing mountains and rivers. His small body seemed to contain terrifying power. Wang Li, chasing frantically behind, looked at the little guy's movement technique and couldn't help but be shocked. He had also cultivated the soaring dragon steps, but his speed was not even a tenth of Yi Xiaoyao's. A basic movement technique, how can it feel more powerful than a divine ability? He doubted his own existence, questioning whether his cultivation of a basic movement technique was fake. At the same time, he discovered that Yi Xiaoyao's strength seemed even greater, making it even harder for him to believe. 850,000 pounds of strength, wasn't that the limit of a minor ancestor? This great wilderness being? Of course. Wang Li's speed wasn't slow either, although he possessed a kingly physique. That was only on the surface. How could a dog king of his generation only appear so simple? He had many hidden trump cards. Yi Xiaoyao suspected this guy was no less powerful than the Taijuan Saint Sun. And not long after they left, from the direction of the blood pool, angry roars echoed, deafening and ear-splitting. Evidently, some powerful demon had discovered its lair had been robbed. Half a day later, after killing many demonic beasts, the two finally reached the inner circle. An enormous blood mountain stretched across the heavens and earth, its scent of fresh blood intensely strong. A thin layer of blood mist enveloped it, obscuring everything, only allowing them to vaguely see the outlines of pavilions and stone statues on the mountain. At this time, many people had gathered outside the Blood Mountain, both righteous and demonic factions sitting cross-legged, waiting for their disciples to climb the Blood Mountain together. They occasionally exchanged glances, revealing hatred and murderous intent. Upon reaching the Blood Mountain, the forces of both the righteous and demonic factions could engage in true, brutal combat. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several figures emerged from the forest, radiating killing intent. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. The disciples of the Asura sect who had rushed over earlier were overjoyed and eagerly went forward to greet him. In contrast, the disciples of the Heavenly Master, Penglai, Divine Sword, and Taijuan sects frowned, their hatred growing stronger. Holy Sun, the Asura sect disciples bowed in unison. Little Asura nodded, glanced at the Righteous Path Alliance, and entered the demonic path's ranks without changing his expression. I heard Blood Demon Sun and True Fire Sun are dead. Heavenly Demon Sun calmly asked. Dead, Little Asura nodded, turning to look at the Righteous Path Alliance members, coldly saying, those two were useless, insignificant, but after all, they were Asura sect members. Now that they're dead, I will make the culprits pay dearly. He was extremely domineering, showing no restraint in front of the Righteous Path Alliance. At this moment, the Righteous Path Alliance was almost fully assembled, having suffered no losses, and they were all slightly surprised by his words. Bloody events rarely occurred in the outskirts. This was the first time. They speculated about who had attacked, each believing the other was responsible. No matter who did it, if you want to kill, you still have to ask if my sword agrees, the Penglai Saint Sun sneered. Seeing this, Little Asura didn't care. He only knew how to act, not how to argue. After waiting for half a day, the last of the demonic sect disciples arrived. All the demonic sect disciples stood up. But the 4 righteous sects were all frowning, their expressions grim. Why hasn't the young master arrived yet? The Taijuan Saint Sun frowned. Ji Xianyan was also worried. Although she had given Yi Xiao a jade pendant and suspected he was fine, she had learned from the Taijuan Saint Sun that someone seemed to be connected to Yi Xiao. And the problem wasn't too big. However, that guy is just a mortal, easily susceptible to accidents. He's probably dead. He entered this place, and he definitely won't live long. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun chuckled coldly. This was what he was pleased to see. With Yi Xiao dead and Ji Xianyan captured, the blood god ancestor wouldn't have to die with the demonic sect because of the engagement. Shut your black crow mouth. Do you believe I'll kill you? Little Diamond roared. No matter what, he was a Taijuan ancestor, and he had even cultivated the divine abilities created by the other party. It's the truth. I don't believe that a mere mortal can escape the attacks of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Those demonic beasts don't care whether he's a descendant of a Saint King or not. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun smirked, gloating over someone else's misfortune. You, the disciples of the Taijuan sect, were furious. At this very moment, 2 figures emerged from the dense forest. What a commotion! Yi Xiao looked around in astonishment. His voice wasn't loud, but it attracted everyone's attention. Many young demon cultivators, led by the Heavenly Demon Sun, were shocked, sizing up Yi Xiao. A mere mortal, yet he managed to break through the outer perimeter and reach the Blood Mountain. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun said, somewhat disbelievingly. He thought this 8-year-old boy should have died on the outskirts upon entering the Blood Cave. With his strength, he couldn't possibly have gone very far. He must have been transported here along with this person, and with this person's protection, he managed to get here. Little Asura's eyes flickered as he glanced at Wang Li. He sensed that this person, though seemingly ordinary, possessed considerable power. A mere mortal, whether dead or alive, doesn't affect us. Let's not waste time, quickly enter the Blood Abyss sect ruins. The Demon Lord said nonchalantly, without even glancing at Yi Xiao, and began climbing the mountain. The remaining young prodigies all revealed cold smiles, casting malicious glances at the 4 holy lands of the righteous path, and immediately followed closely behind. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun stared intently at Yi Xiao, made up his mind, and quickly climbed the mountain. Little Ancestor. The Taijuan Saint Sun, Little Diamond, Zhao Zikang, and other Taijuan disciples all stepped forward and bowed. Yi Xiao looked around and nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Xianyan coldly snorted and softly said, "You're the most troublesome here, still worrying about others." Yi Xiao glared at her, ignoring her. "All right, everyone, let's hurry up and climb the mountain. The Blood Abyss sect's relics and treasures are numerous. We absolutely cannot let the demonic sect get there first," the Penglai Saint Sun said in a deep voice. He was implicitly the leader of the righteous path in the Holy Land. His space-time divine body was incredibly powerful. Whether in speed or attack power, it should be the best among them. Jixianyan, the innato embryo, Yuanjing, the immortal sword body. The Kunlun Little Saint Sun, and the Taijuan Saint Sun. These four Saint Suns might be able to rival the space-time divine body in the future, but their extraordinary physics haven't awakened yet, and their strength is only slightly weaker than the space-time divine body. Wait a moment. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to remember something. He rummaged through his storage bag for a long time, pulled out several sheets of Zhuan paper, and scribbled something. The others couldn't make out what this guy was up to. This is the top-tier Zhuan level secret technique, Bloodstained Demon Slaying Technique, newly created. It can unleash a person's potential, increasing their combat power by 60% in a short time. Yi Xiaoya smiled, squinting at the other four holy lands. Who among you cultivates it? Entering the ruins, you'll be protected. After all, they were all allies of the righteous path. A 60% boost was incredibly powerful, enough to crush the demonic path. Moreover, he could expand the scope of his teachings and reap a large amount of system rewards. The geniuses from Penglai Immortal Island and the other holy lands were all wide-eyed and speechless. You're kidding, right? Damn it, this kid is too unreliable. Does he even know what it means to create a Zhuan-level cultivation technique? It's still only 6%. As far as I know, the highest Zhuan-level secret techniques in our righteous path only reach 3%, and the demonic path is slightly higher, around 4 or 5%. I've never heard of anyone being able to increase it by 6%. If I believe that, I'll pee myself. The young men from the sacred lands all rolled their eyes, completely disbelieving Yi Xiaoyao's nonsense. They knew Yi Xiaoyao had extraordinary talent, but creating a cultivation technique was too shocking and unbelievable. Even a great emperor needs a long time to research and create a cultivation technique. How old is Yi Xiaoyao? Creating a cultivation technique at 8 years old? That's ridiculous. However, the disciples of the Taijuan sacred land were excited, rushing forward, eagerly waiting. Little ancestor, could it be true? Unlike other sacred lands, they were all disciples of the Taijuan sect, all having cultivated the divine techniques and techniques created by the sect's founder, benefiting immensely. 1. The sect's founder said he created a technique. They wouldn't doubt it at all. Damn, you actually believe it. What a crazy act. Whatever an 8-year-old kid says is what it is. Seeing the scene, the other sacred lands geniuses were speechless, completely at a loss. They truly didn't know what kind of charm Yi Xiaoyao possessed to make the Taijuan sect disciples so convinced. Even they saw the Taijuan sect Saint Sun smiling and were quite expectant. What the hell is this guy up to? Ji Xianyun said suspiciously, maintaining a skeptical attitude towards Yi Xiaoyao. The Penglai Saint Sun, the immortal sword body, and the other person looked at each other, shaking their heads in disbelief. You bunch of ignorant fools. The sect leader can teach you secret techniques for free, so you should bow 3 times and pray with incense. And you're still questioning my sect leader's wife and children. Foolish. Ignore them. They'll regret it someday. The Taijuan sect disciples snorted coldly. Little Diamond looked down on them. He was arrogant and unruly, but since being beaten by Yi Xiaoyao, he had become completely obedient. After saying that, he didn't forget to fawn over Su Maoan in the corner, flashing a smile. This caused Su Maoan to roll her eyes and ignore him. Alright, since you're treating my good intentions as if they're treacherous, then teach them to our Taijuan disciples. Yi Xiaoyao shrugged. He needed to teach techniques and receive rewards, but he wasn't going to beg others to cultivate, whether they practiced or not. Good? The Taijuan Saint Sun was also nervous. 6%, for him, was simply a weapon that could reverse the situation. Yi Xiaoyao didn't waste any time directly distributing the secret technique. The Taijuan disciples eagerly looked at it. After a while, they looked up at Yi Xiaoyao again, with only one thought in their minds. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Indeed, the young masters are truly the same, creating a cultivation technique that's just as evil and monstrous as before. They'd heard of the demonic blood escape, which accelerates the speed of blood flow. But this technique, instantly releasing 90% of their blood. They were terrified at the sight of it. They might even dry themselves out. Do it in an instant. None of the young masters of the Taijuan Pavilion could withstand the 60% boost effect. Gritting their teeth, they memorized the secret technique. Fortunately, they were all elites selected from Taijuan. Their comprehension wasn't low, and coupled with the extremely simple cultivation method, they quickly mastered it. Especially the Taijuan Saint Sun. He was the most serious, wanting to cultivate it to the strongest, releasing the most blood, risking his life the hardest. Holy cow, these young people, holy cow. Even the Taijuan Saint Sun is cultivating it. Aren't they afraid of causing problems during cultivation? At this scene, the young people from other sacred lands collectively widen their eyes in astonishment. Divine techniques and martial arts absolutely cannot be cultivated casually. One slip-up, at best, can lead to Che deviation, and at worst, instant death. What kind of shock is this? Could an 8-year-old be cultivating a secret technique? I don't believe he can create a secret technique, Ji Xianyun pouted. In her view, these were things only ancient sages and great figures were qualified to try. I feel like I can sweep across the demonic path. Little Jin Gang, having completed his cultivation, was incredibly excited and couldn't wait to try his sword against the little demons of the demonic path. Shocking, the Taijuan ancestor actually created a secret technique. This is truly unbelievable. I wonder if it's real or just a fabrication. Everyone, please look forward to it. The Kunlun Saint Sun held a commemorative stone, projecting its image towards the Taijuan sacred land, his excitement overflowing. It's not that he shouldn't. It's that Yi Shaigao, the young master of the Taijuan Holy Land, is unparalleled in both status and position within the Righteous Path Alliance. His gossip is truly something you can only encounter if you can't find it. If the Taijuan youth's confusion after performing this secret technique were recorded, it would undoubtedly become a major trending topic. Up the mountain, there's blood on the mountain, and many demonic beasts. Everyone must be careful. The Penglai Saint Sun said loudly, then stepped onto the blood mountain. Even with his space-time divine body, he was extremely cautious at this moment. Inside this blood cave, because of the events of the ancient era, there weren't too many powerful demonic beasts. Most were at the true profound and true core realms. With their level of genius, dealing with ordinary true core realm cultivators was no problem. But it was inevitable that some remnants of the ancient era would remain, and those strange beasts had powerful bloodlines, enough to rival some disciples of major sects. Roar! Not long after climbing the mountain, a blood-soaked leopard revealed its icy fangs and lunged at the group. This was a true core realm blood-fanged leopard, its fangs comparable to steel, capable of piercing skulls. A fell wind blew, its aura terrifying. Bang! A single breath of air was exhaled and inhaled, transforming into a beam of light over a meter long, instantly piercing through the blood-red skull of the leopard. It couldn't withstand a single blow. The Penglai Saint Sun withdrew his hand and calmly ascended the mountain. As expected of the Penglai Saint Sun, he can instantly kill opponents of higher levels in combat. The other saintly geniuses couldn't help but praise him. Even the disciples of the Taijuan Saint Land were filled with envy. A divine body, and a space-time divine body at that, his powerful physique undoubtedly gave the Penglai Saint Sun immense combat power. Furthermore, his recent years of cultivation had solidified his foundation, his true essence almost condensing into a tangible form, making him incredibly formidable. What's so special about him? Little Diamond couldn't stand the others boasting and coldly snorted. Don't underestimate the world's divine body. Not only does he possess a space-time divine body, but his comprehension is also extremely high. His Zhuang-level divine abilities have reached a level of mastery, the Taijuan Saint Sun said solemnly. Cultivating divine abilities is arduous. Even for a divine body, it requires a great deal of time. Of course, Yi Shaidao is an exception. He created a powerful divine ability technique with low cultivation difficulty, an example unmatched in the entire great world. The group continued forward. As they penetrated deeper, the number of demonic beasts increased. The 5 young prodigies from the sacred land slaughtered their way forward. Initially, they moved with ease and skill. However, when some powerful ancient creatures appeared, the pressure increased greatly, and their progress slowed down. At the same time, they also saw a demonic path in another direction. Those people also encountered demonic beast attacks, but the pressure was not as great as that of the 5 sacred lands. Their attacks were ruthless, their methods layered and intricate, unleashing a variety of divine abilities and secret techniques. The heavenly demon sun and the other great demonic saint suns were like a sharp blade, relentlessly advancing. At this moment, the disparity between the righteous and demonic sides became apparent. Although it was a righteous holy land, the disciples' display of divine abilities and secret techniques was limited and rather simple. Your righteous divine abilities are extremely scarce. You might as well join our demonic sect. Ha ha ha. Why don't you switch sects and join our demonic sect? I'll be your senior brother and personally teach you divine abilities and secret techniques. Our divine abilities are diverse. We have everything you need. From afar, the demonic youths, witnessing this, burst into laughter, some even whistling, gloating over their misfortune. Even more were filled with a sense of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't joined the orthodox path. Otherwise, no matter how powerful their physique, without various divine abilities and secret techniques to protect them, they wouldn't be able to unleash their true strength. The 5 Holy Lands prodigies' faces darkened like iron. They coldly snorted and charged forward. Long ago, the orthodox path had been broken, and the number and strength of their divine abilities and secret techniques were indeed inferior. They're too arrogant. Catch up with them. Little Diamond was furious at this moment. Little Violet's temper couldn't tolerate this insult. Linky's saber technique. Little Diamond drew his saber. Initially, he hadn't cultivated it, but he couldn't resist its formidable power and rapid progress, so he also began to practice it. Whoosh! Hundreds of incredibly bright saber lights swept across, dazzling to the extreme, and terrifying saber energy brutally slaughtered numerous demonic beasts. Obviously, Little Diamond had cultivated this sword technique to the level of great mastery. Linky's sword technique. Linky's sword technique. Seeing this, the eyes of numerous Taijuan disciples lit up, and they all unleashed their sword techniques. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a large number of demonic beasts were slaughtered. The Taijuan disciples, as if aided by gods, charged forward frantically. These young prodigies were all ruthless individuals. After more than a day of self-inflicted harm, their sword techniques had all reached great mastery. The Taijuan Saint's son was even more terrifying. His sword energy was like a cloud covering the sky, clearing the way ahead. Each swing of his sword could take down dozens of demonic beasts. He was truly ferocious to the extreme. Clearly, he had not only reached great mastery, but had even surpassed perfection, reaching a state of divine skill. This was among the young prodigies. It is almost non-existent. They were all 12 or 13 years old, with stronger aptitude, and couldn't possibly spend a long time on divine abilities. You're still amazing. You've stabbed yourself so many times, yet you've reached a state of unparalleled mastery. Little Diamond exclaimed in surprise. It's only 10,000 stabs. The Taijuan Saint Sun sat expressionlessly. The Taijuan youths collectively widened their eyes. He truly lived up to his reputation as a Saint Sun. Amazing. Ishiga didn't make a move, walking among the crowd. He also had a strange look in his eyes, finally understanding why his Linky saber technique had reached such a miraculous level. Damn, what's going on? How did those guys become so ferocious? No, they're all cultivating the same saber technique, all reaching the great perfection stage. How is this possible? The demonic Daoyus were struck speechless by the speed of light, revealing expressions of disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. Cultivating demonic divine abilities is easy, but it's unlikely that so many people could cultivate a single divine ability to the point of mastery. Among the young people here, only the heavenly demon sun and the yin-yang saint sun have reached this level. It's truly unbelievable. What kind of sword technique is this? It's already mastered, and its power is so strong. The Penglai Saint Sun, Ji Xianyan, and Yuan Jing all widened their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the Taijuan disciples all possessed such extraordinary talent. It was clearly the sword technique that was the problem. The cultivation difficulty was low, yet the power was immense. Seeing this, the young people from other holy lands all felt their hearts pounding. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. No one would say no to a simple yet powerful divine ability. Fighting like this consumes too much true essence. Combining it with the concentrated demon-slaying technique can reduce the consumption of true essence. Yishaya was still dissatisfied, frowning. He didn't want to be drained dry by these people from the Taijuan Holy Land before even reaching his destination. Okay, the Taijuan disciples' spirits were greatly boosted, and they all obeyed. Indeed, after combining it with the concentrated demon-slaying technique, their minds were highly focused. Their true essence became even more concentrated, and not a single bit was wasted. The young master is still amazing. This combined divine ability secret technique is truly good news for us. The young men were overjoyed. Their eyes filled with respect as they looked at Yi Xiaoyao. They were completely convinced. It's really not satisfying. The faces of the demonic youths turned pale, feeling somewhat displeased. Then let's increase the difficulty for them. I don't believe they can still advance smoothly like this. Little Asura snorted coldly, patted his storage bag, took out an arrow, and coated it with a layer of powder. The moment the powder appeared, all the surrounding demonic beasts erupted in commotion. Their eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the powder, filled with greed. Swish! Little Azure drew his bow and nocked an arrow, which suddenly shot out, instantly covering a distance of 100 meters and striking the 5 holy lands of the righteous path. The powder exploded, scattering a cloud of dust in all directions. You are truly beasts. The Penguin Saint Sun couldn't remain calm, his face turning purple with anger. He was knowledgeable and recognized at a glance that this was a medicine made from the blood of dozens of powerful demons. It had the ability to increase the cultivation of demonic beasts. This held a deadly attraction for the demonic beasts on Blood Mountain. The floodwaters are flowing eastward. Demonic cultivation is indeed demonic cultivation. At only 12 or 13 years old, they're already incredibly cunning and treacherous. Yishaya also frowned, a chill running through his eyes. Boom! Like a stampede of thousands of horses, a horde of red-dyed demonic beasts charged madly towards them. These were all beasts with little intelligence. How could they discern any conspiracy? Among them were blood leopards, saber-toothed tigers, giant lizards, demonic insects, and moreover 3,000 of them. The young men of the Holy Land's expressions changed drastically. They no longer held back their strength. The moment the beasts charged, they all met the attack, each unleashing their divine abilities. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed, and the roars were incessant. Even the Taijuan Pavilion's young men, who had mastered the Linky Saber technique, found it difficult to withstand them for a while. These guys are worse than beasts. They're all young prodigies, yet they don't dare fight a proper battle. Using these insidious tricks, what's so great about that? Ji Xianyan, Sumayan, and the other girls were even more furious. Their beautiful faces flushed red as they desperately tried to stop them. Matter how talented they were, they couldn't withstand the attacks of so many demonic beasts. Theft. A Kunlun youth had just annihilated a dozen demonic beasts when a green steel serpent, like lightning, instantly pierced his body, letting out a series of agonizing screams. Bang! Another black leopard, its eyes flashing with a sinister light, silently attacked, its sharp claws tearing open the arm of a Taijuan disciple, ripping off large chunks of flesh and blood, revealing a mass of white bone. Ah! The Taijuan disciple screamed in unbearable pain, his face filled with terror. After all, they were only 12 or 13 years old. How could they endure such brutal slaughter? This scene enraged many young men from the sacred lands, wishing they could kill the demonic cultivators on the spot. Ha ha ha, you guys can take your time. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun laughed heartily, and as many demonic beasts left, the obstacles on their side were greatly reduced. What a waste of my precious medicinal powder! Little Asura sneered cruelly, quickly advancing forward. The other demonic cultivators were also extremely excited, their pride extraordinary. These righteous cultivators still want to fight us? How ridiculous! This time, not even a quarter of them will survive. We all came out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How can these people compare? The demonic cultivators sneered, then chased after them, continuing to climb the mountain. You, Taijuan Saint Sun, Penglai Saint Sun, and others were furious and wanted to rush forward to stop the others, but they were surrounded by countless demonic beasts, falling into a perilous battle. Hot blood splattered everywhere, a shocking sight. Little brat, hide behind me, quickly! Ji Xianyun still didn't forget to turn towards Yi Xiaoyao, filled with worrying. She waved her jade hand, emitting a dazzling light that pierced through several demonic beasts. In her eyes, Yi Xiaoyao was just a mortal, and in this situation, a single mistake would cost him his life. However, Yi Xiaoyao ignored her, for the first time feeling murderous intent towards someone. Blood cave trial, demonic Taoist shouldn't expect to leave alive. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes were icy cold. He took a step forward, for the first time making a move in front of the geniuses of the great sacred lands. Little brat! Ji Xianyan was terrified, her beautiful face turning pale. What does this guy want to do? He doesn't know how to dodge, he wants to charge forward. He doesn't want to live anymore. Just then, her peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. She saw Yi Xiaoyao's small figure rush forward, completely outmatched by the enormous black tiger that was attacking. With a loud bang, her small hand instantly shattered the black tiger's hard skull, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Xiaoyao, bathed in blood, completely lost her previous composure, like an ancient ferocious god. A full 90,000 pounds of force erupted at this moment. Yi Xiaoyao's small figure grabbed the black tiger's tail, using its massive body as a weapon, sweeping it forward. With each sweep, large numbers of demonic beasts were crushed into pulp, the entire mountain shaking. Boom! 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 Like a meteor falling, Yi Xiaoyao's footsteps were relentless, powerful and swift. Fresh blood, flesh, bones. Everything shattered and scattered. He was like a killing machine. Whether in the true profound realm or the true core realm, none could withstand Yi Xiaoyao's terrifying power. This. Ji Xianyan stammered, her small face filled with shock and disbelief. Was this the 8-year-old boy? The other young geniuses from the sacred lands suddenly felt the pressure lessen considerably. Turning around, they were also greatly shocked, their eyes almost popping out. His fighting power is even stronger than the Saint Sen's. The young men from the sacred lands of Penglai, Kunlun, the Divine Sword, and the Heavenly Master were shaken beyond belief, simply unable to believe their eyes. Wow! The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100k VND. Get your gifts now. The black tiger's corpse had been smashed into pulp. Yi Xiaoyao's face was grim as he drew out a large, knife-like weapon. Using the soaring dragon steps, he charged forward like a dragon entering the sea, slicing through the flesh and killing the beasts one by one. This powerful attack struck fear into the hearts of the young men of the sacred land. Swoosh! A mournful shriek rang out, and the green steel serpent, like lightning, attacked again, aiming directly at Yi Xiaoyao's forehead. This was an ancient species, its entire body as hard as metal, practically immortal, its penetrating power comparable to an arrow, and its speed unparalleled among the great ancient species. Be careful! Taizhuan Saint's son exclaimed in terror. Ji Xianyan also cried out in alarm. Bang! With a crisp sound, Yi Xiaoyao, as if seeing the back of his head, extended his hand like lightning, precisely gripping the green steel serpent. I've been waiting for you for a long time, little thing. Yi Xiaoyao sneered, and under his immense power, the azure steel snake was instantly torn apart. How strong is his power? The several holy sons of the Holy Land were stunned. The azure steel snake's skin and flesh were extremely tough, capable of being forged into treasures. It was impossible to tear it apart instantly with pure physical strength. Even the holy son of Penglai couldn't do it. Yi Xiaoyao's power had reached an exaggerated level of terror. Meanwhile, the young men of the demonic path who had gone far away also sensed something was wrong, turning to look, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is this even a mortal body? The Yunyang Saint's son exclaimed in shock, his hair standing on end. A mortal killing true profound and true Dan realm demonic beasts as easily as cutting leaks the shockwave generated was no less than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. In everyone's impression, this was absolutely impossible. How is this possible? This kind of explosive power, speed, and reaction ability far surpasses the awakened limit domain. His strength is at least 800,000 pounds. Little Asura's blood-red eyes showed shock, looking directly at this mortal body for the first time. A mortal body, 800,000 pounds. How is this possible? A group of demonic youths trembled, looking at that small figure like a god of slaughter reincarnated, their whole bodies shaking. They claimed disbelief, but the cruel reality before their eyes forced them to believe. The Cultivation world's legend said that mortal bodies were inferior to dogs. Now, they were probably even worse than dogs. Then, everyone looked towards the heavenly demon son. They saw him staring intently at Yi Xiaoyao, seemingly calm, but his clenched fists revealed the turmoil raging within him. Mortal body, haha, if this were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Qingyuan realm. This result is truly groundbreaking. The heavenly demon son revealed a cold smile. He originally had a strength of 400,000 pounds, but now Yi Xiaoyao, a mere mortal, had crushed him, possessing 800,000 pounds of strength. Didn't this imply he was utterly worthless? A divine body, yet inferior to a mere mortal? Thinking this, the heavenly demon son looked towards the little Asura and the yin-yang saint son, both seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. A mortal body surpassing a divine body. This result was too unimaginable. Having already broken the ancient iron laws, who knows what kind of scene it would be if he embarked on the path of cultivation. Therefore, Yi Xiaoyao must die. That blood demon ancestor is outside. We can't openly kill him. We need to act secretly, a fatal blow. It's all right. As long as he enters the Blood Abyss sect ruins, there are many opportunities for him to encounter unexpected events. The heavenly demon son and the yin-yang saint son and others exchanged whispers. They weren't foolish enough to act in front of everyone. It was ridiculous. Several divine bodies, yet they showed apprehension towards a mortal body. Go, let's open the demon abyss tower first, and seize the treasures inside. The heavenly demon son was very decisive. Compared to those with similar opportunities, what is Yi Xiaoyao worth? He only wants to forge the strongest foundation. Any enemy will become a stepping stone on his path to becoming a great emperor. In an instant, the demonic cultivators departed. Meanwhile, the four holy lands of the righteous path were also greatly shaken, staring in stunned silence at Yi Xiaoyao's display of divine power. Mortal body power far surpasses the divine body. This news will surely shatter the entire cultivation world. This guy is truly the greatest person in the awakened realm. The Kunlun Saint's son held up the commemorative stone, his excitement almost overwhelming him. No gossip could compare to the explosive power of this news. He has broken the eternal iron laws. If he can embark on the path of cultivation, what kind of awe-inspiring figure would he be? I even feel that the divine body, Tao body, and king body are not the strongest, but the mortal body is the strongest. This intense visual impact astonished everyone in the four great sacred lands, creating a kind of awe-inspiring illusion of towering mountains. All arrogance was crushed in this instant. He must have cultivated some special technique to forge his current strength, but he still can't condense truche and embark on the path of cultivation. A young man, unable to accept this reality, consoled himself in this way. But if he truly can embark on the path of cultivation, then his future will be terrifying. Don't forget, his comprehension is extraordinary. He's currently only displaying basic fist techniques and movement techniques, yet they've both reached a miraculous level. Their power comparable to Zhuang-level divine abilities. The lips of the divine sword saint Sun Yuanjing were slightly dry. In their sight, Yi Xiaoyao was furiously slaughtering the demonic beasts as if in an empty space. The two miraculous phenomena intertwined, representing the miraculous nature of basic divine abilities. Miraculous. I thought this realm was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be real. The young men only now reacted, their hearts filled with even greater shock. Reaching the realm of transcendence is rare, let alone something miraculous. Even the saints of their respective holy lands couldn't achieve this. Ding, you have fallen into slaughter, comprehended the truth of slaughter, and created the top-tier Zhuang-level secret technique, Slaughter Character Technique. Slaughter Character Technique can increase combat power by 30%. The only activation condition is being trapped in a desperate situation. Yi Xiaoyao, covered in blood, his eyes flashing with understanding, regained his senses as the system's notification sounded in his ears. And before him, everything was already empty. Large numbers of demonic beasts had retreated in fear, fleeing frantically. He completely annihilated nearly 1,000 demonic beasts, utterly crushing their malevolent intentions and striking fear into their hearts, in their eyes. This little one was a monster, harboring immense terror. Yi Xiaoyao smirked. Since entering the blood cave, he had continuously created to divine abilities. This was more efficient than staying in the Taishuan Holy Land. This made him understand a rule. Besides studying various ancient texts, the quickest method was to personally experience various creations, even through combat. Only in this way could one personally comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and create divine abilities. After all these matters are settled, I will immediately return to the Taijuan Holy Land to widely disseminate the divine ability, Yi Xiaoyao said excitedly. Tens of thousands of disciples cultivate dozens, even hundreds, of divine techniques and martial arts. The rewards they receive are far more powerful than the fortune bestowed upon them by this blood-soaked cave. Little uncle? The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Little ancestor. Taijuan Saint Sun and Little Diamond walked over, their excitement overflowing. During the main hall, they could only roughly estimate Yi Xiaoyao's strength. Now, seeing him in person, they had greatly underestimated him. This level of strength was already comparable to that of the greatest prodigies. I didn't expect Taijuan Holy Land to have such hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I've truly learned something new. With a mortal body defying the heavens, in the future, conquering the demonic path, you and I will become comrades fighting side by side. Penglai Saint Sun praised from the bottom of his heart. Behind him, the Penglai geniuses were all startled. They had never seen Penglai Saint Sun praise someone so highly. It's just a pity for those few, Yi Xiaoyao sighed, glancing at the corpses. Meanwhile, on Taijuan Saint Sun's side, 2 people were also seriously injured, having swallowed elixirs and unable to recover their strength for the time being. Alas, in the previous Blood Cave trial, those ancient sages also died at the hands of the demonic sect like this, Yuan Jing said sorrowfully. We must eradicate the demonic sect sooner or later. These inhumane scoundrels. Ji Xianyun gritted her teeth. Throughout history, too many people have died at the hands of the demonic sect, not only from the righteous path, but also ordinary people. Those demonic sect cultivators, whose cultivation and divine abilities are so powerful, often cultivate by taking the lives, even souls, of others. They dare to plot against us, so they will naturally pay a heavy price. Let's go. Yi Xiaoyao and the other young men from the Holy Lands collected the corpses and quickly climbed the mountain. This time, his status had clearly undergone a dramatic transformation. From a nobody, he had risen to become a leader among everyone, only comparable to the Penglai Saint Sun. Even these Holy Land prodigies unconsciously overlooked Yi Xiaoyao's young age. He's only 8 years old. The 5 great sacred lands youths continued their mountain ascent. Along the way, there were no demonic beasts to obstruct them, clearly intimidated by Yi Xiaoyao's slaughter and afraid to venture out. During this time, they encountered several open ancient caves and some incomplete formations. It is rumored that in the primordial era, the Blood Abyss sect was extremely prosperous, producing a blood immortal Tao body. He entered the Tao through blood, becoming invincible at the time, even reaching the quasi-emperor level, earning the title of Blood Ancestor, and single-handedly transforming the Blood Abyss sect, a low-ranking sect, into a half-immortal Tao lineage. Taijuan Saint Sun introduced to Yi Xiaoyao. Wasn't he ultimately destroyed by a great emperor of that era? He was directly imprisoned in the Demon Abyss Tower, never to enter reincarnation for 10,000 years. The young saint of Kunlun snorted coldly, then smiled at Yi Xiaoyao and said, that great emperor is currently the #1 immortal Tao lineage in the righteous path, the divine sword Holy Land. Yi Xiaoyao was surprised, glancing at Yuan Jing. This was the young saint of the divine sword Holy Land, meaning the blood ancestor's physical body is still here. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly brightened, his breathing becoming rapid. This is a perfected Tao body. If he absorbed its essence, he could completely forge an immortal foundation, and even give birth to some extraordinary abilities. All bodies in the world have their own unique and extraordinary aspects. Like the Taijuan Saint's Tai Chi divine body, activating its extraordinary abilities, his body is like Tai Chi, with both strength and flexibility coexisting, his combat power doubled. And he can even give birth to innate divine abilities. This is what makes a divine body terrifying. Only mortal bodies lack it. However, Yi Xiaoyao has the Chaos Immortal Demon technique. He had a feeling that if he could devour the divine bodies of the world, he could possess the miraculous abilities of other divine bodies. If it couldn't be born, couldn't he seize it? The more he thought about it, the more Yi Xiaoyao yearned for it. Naturally, it's still in the Demon Abyss Tower. Gradually, this place has become a training ground for blood caverns, and countless geniuses haven't been able to open it. That's the Blood Abyss Sect's Disciples Cultivation Tower, with a total of 36 floors. Not only are there secret techniques, weapons, and creations, but the highest floor also contains the Blood Ancestors' inheritance. This is the inheritance of a quasi-emperor. We righteous cultivators can't cultivate it, but we can still obtain great fortune from within. Yuan Jing understood a lot and couldn't help but say, very enviously, "Is it that difficult to open?" Wang Li's words instantly made Yi Xiaoyao's eyes light up. He forgot about this chosen one. With him around, what couldn't be opened? If only there were more chosen ones, they could directly become my treasure-seeking rats. Yi Xiaoyao muttered to himself, feeling that he was getting further and further down the path of becoming a villain. Only the blood of the blood immortal Dao body can unlock it. From ancient times to the present, such Dao bodies can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Yuan Jing shook his head. As he spoke, they had reached level ground. The entire Blood Mountain seemed to have been cut down, and the flat ground was covered with pavilions and towers, surrounded by countless spirit trees, clearly resembling a sect. However, the buildings were dilapidated and crumbling, the spirit trees withered and rotten. In the deepest part of the cluster of buildings, a towering black tower stood majestically, enormous and imposing, emitting a blood-red glow. That black tower, how is that possible? It's been unlocked. Everyone from the 5 great sacred lands was stunned, staring at the black tower in disbelief. Above, a blood-red halo trembled, and various sounds emanated from within. Is it really open? Yi Xiaoyao glared at Wang Li again. The latter, now frowning, retreated to the back, becoming invisible. Quickly advanced to the black tower, absolutely no one from the demonic sect can obtain the treasures inside. If anyone obtains the Blood Ancestors' inheritance, none of us will survive. Yuan Jing's expression suddenly changed, like a sharp sword shooting out, rushing towards the black tower. Go! The others also changed their expressions, chasing after him. Yi Xiaoyao, who already harbored murderous intent towards these demonic youngsters, now felt even more intense. In an instant, they passed through the architectural complex and arrived in front of a black tower. The towering black tower was covered in dense runes, its entire structure exuding a pungent, almost dizzying scent of fresh blood, reminiscent of a blood-red mountain range at the source. The black tower itself radiated an intense, suffocating sense of oppression. Beside the black tower stood a black demon abyss monument, its surface covered with countless names. Yi Xiaoyao glanced at it and immediately recognized it. These were the tower climbing ranking inscriptions. Some sacred lands and major sects would establish this kind of ranking system to encourage their disciples. The Taizhuan sacred land also had one, called the 33 Heavens Creation Mirror, but only elite disciples who had reached the spirit realm were eligible to participate. Inside the Black Tower, at this moment, floors 2 to 18 were. They all glowed with a blood-red light. Obviously, there were demonic cultivators stopping. It seems those demonic cultivators won't make it to the end anytime soon. Yi Xiaoyao understood. The others, seeing this, relaxed a little. They still had a chance. First place, True Blood, 19 years old, level 30. Second place, Wang Zhenjia, 20 years old, level 28. Third place, Zun Zudao, 20 years old, level 25. Wow, these are all great saints from the ancient era, renowned figures. Little Diamond walked to the inscription, utterly shocked. The Taizhuan Holy Land has stood for countless years, possessing ancient history and records of the most powerful figures of each era. These three, each having reached the great saint level, were all world-shattering figures. True Blood, the eldest son of the Blood Ancestor. It's rumored he inherited the Blood Ancestor's blood immortal Dao body, close to his father's, and previously killed countless righteous cultivators. Si Tianvian felt a little disgusted. The Heavenly Master's sacred land, lacking a great emperor at that time, had suffered considerable losses. Wang Zhenjia, though not a blood immortal Dao body, was still extremely powerful. He achieved great saint status with his physical body, capable of shattering immortal mountains with his fists. The righteous youths were all terrified. The top 10 were all formidable figures from the ancient era, and among these, even the strongest with true blood had only managed to break through the 30th level. The author is giving away a 6-month Galaxy Playmobil movie subscription worth 100 KVND. Get your gifts now. Therefore, it can be seen how incredibly difficult this black tower is and how exaggerated it is. It also proves that the tower's content is extraordinarily heavy. If one surpasses these people, they will surely become a hero in the future. Judging by this, it's unlikely that the Heavenly Demon Sun and the others can pass the 30th floor, but there shouldn't be any problem. The group felt relieved. Little one, how many levels can you pass? Little Diamond asked curiously. For others, it would be easier to guess. But Yi Xiaoyao is a mortal, and no one has ever seen such a terrifying mortal, so it's impossible to calculate which floor he can reach. This black tower can only be climbed by people under 20 years old. The obstacles are set according to one's own strength. The higher you go, the greater the obstacles. Yi Xiaoyao is relatively special, probably reaching the 20th floor. Yuan Jing, with his thorough understanding of the black tower, predicted the 20th floor. The remaining prodigies gasped. This was incredibly terrifying. Apart from a few Saint Sons, no one here was confident of achieving such a feat. The 20th floor? Yi Xiaoyao smirked. If he couldn't reach the top, it would truly be a disgrace to the Chaos Immortal Demon technique. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go in. The Penghua Saint Sun was the first to enter the black tower, his figure instantly disappearing into a ripple. The others nodded, absolutely unwilling to let the demonic dad get ahead, and rushed inside. Be careful, don't be reckless. Ji Xianyan cautioned Yi Xiaoyao. She had, at some point, genuinely cared for him. Her previous mindset had changed. She seemed to accept Yi Xiaoyao as her younger fiancé. Yi Xiaoyao glanced at her, smiled faintly, and entered. Let's first clear this place of light before we talk about creation again.